Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is a Tuesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thanks for waking up with us. Good morning. Coming up, we'll get you caught up on what happened last night in the National Football League Week 7. Bucs and Lions, Texans, Seahawks. Speaking of Seattle, heartbreak this morning for Mariners fans as Toronto is moving on in the Fall Classic. We'll chat about Game 7 of the ALCS. Then we'll bring in D-Day and Double D for a little Take Tuesday that comes your way in 40 minutes. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Good morning, Chelsea.
Good morning. It's always a great way to start your day, beefing with the company, internet system that's like, please change your password. You need to make a new password. Not now. Nobody's going to hack our rundown. So I am into the rundown now after a brief, sparring. Password is too weak. I don't care. Why do these passwords need to be so secure? This is not my bank account.
You don't store your information in Google Drive in the Odyssey company cloud. Chelsea, just remember, if you log in, I think you're a week away from the deadline to complete HR training. Have you done that this year? It's time.
No, until they call me about it.
Oh, okay. I do this immediately. I get those out of the way, but those videos are the best too. Because they have to make them so obvious, where someone will walk in and some dude will be like, wow, that shirt seems a little too big. How about a couple size smaller? And they'll be like, stop. Wait a second. Did what he say, was that inappropriate or not? It's yeah, it's inappropriate. The answer is D. Don't do any of that. I always take those, finish them like that, good to go. And then one of these days, you're going to get a call from somebody, guaranteed.
Well, it's been, 5 years?
Nah, maybe not.
Still been call, so.
Maybe not.
We'll push our luck.
Well, if you need help with the rundown, I got your back here, but nice 1-1 and 1 night for you.
Oh, I do have the rundown open, so we did win that small battle. All right, so best bet of the night was a push. Had Mariners Blue Jays over 7. Thought the bats would do the work here. This was a 4-3 Jays win. A push there, but the big bat of the night, George Springer, that was one of my best bets. Had George Springer over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBI. He finished the night with 6 of these because obviously he had that huge 3-run home run. Also started the night off with a run, so a big night for George Springer where he is now a Toronto icon. But then we had a loss on Baker Mayfield. Over 239.5 pass yards. He finished with 228. Did not see that one coming, so 1, 1, and 1.
I am honestly happy to finish 1-2-1. There was a time there when, right before I was getting ready to go to bed, before the Seahawks played, I watched some of that game, and I was like, man, there's a possibility here that I could go 0-4. That was a possibility. You know how those nights go when you're right there teetering on the edge and you can see everything trending in the wrong direction? And you're like, oh, God, let me just make it out of this alive, and I'll live to bet another day. And I did. So 1-2-1 for me. I had a loss with Baker Mayfield. Also the Rangers. Whatever. Rangers on the money line hosting the Wild. The Wild won that game 3-1. That's twice now. I bet on the Blue Shirts, and they have let me down. So it's going to be a while before I'm back on New York. As for the Donkster, again, unbelievable. Blue Jays on the money line hosting the Mariners. He is now, I believe, 6-0 in his last 6. Break up the Donkster here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you with us on a Tuesday morning. Appreciate you waking up with us. Let's begin last night in Motown where the Lions ripped the Bucs 24-9. The Lions laying 6 there, minus 275 on the money line. Total set at 53. The under hits. And how about Jahmyr Gibbs?
Glad I'm not a DB.
Right up the gut, there goes Gibbs. Foot race. Winfield can't get there. Touchdown, Lions.
That is Joe Buck on ESPN. That 78-yard run in the second quarter. And man, is Jahmyr Gibbs fast. Part of a 218-yard career-high performance from scrimmage for Gibbs. 136 yards on the ground, 3 catches, 82 yards receiving. He becomes the first NFL player with 135 yards rushing and 80 yards receiving to go along with 2 scores since Chris Johnson did it with your Titans back in 2009. Lions have now gone 51 straight games without losing 2 straight in the regular season. This is not how I thought this game was going to play out. Tampa just couldn't do anything. The Lions defense stepped up.
Right. Nobody could keep up with the Lions either. Every time I, flipped over because I was trying to do like the baseball and watching this as well, it was like Jahmyr Gibbs was off to the races. And I was like, is my screen on fast forward? He was running so fast. I think somebody said he was running like 22 miles an hour. And it just, once he's gone and he breaks those tackles, you ain't catching Sonic. He literally looked like Sonic out there with like the legs just going in a wheel. So that's one thing that you look at the Lions, and that's why they have Super Bowl potential, because of this offense. And I know people had their questions when they lost Ben Johnson as offensive coordinator, but the pieces are still there. Mm-hmm. And yeah, the defense certainly deserves some credit here, especially with all the injuries they had on the secondary. I think that's why we thought the Bucs would have a better showing in this game, but it certainly didn't help that Mike Evans left this game in the first quarter as well. So a disappointing night for Tampa Bay, but man, did the Lions look good.
God, when Gibbs took off, it was like, holy Lord. It was like watching a video game. It really was. Like, rarely do you see a running back take off like that. Normally it's a receiver like a Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson or an Xavier Worthy, and they just go nuts. You're like, okay, I get it. But, man, he's just unbelievable. And as for the Bucs, I really thought they could make this a game. Evans being out is such a bummer. I mean, Ibuka played, didn't seem 100%. I know they're waiting for Godwin. But if Mike Evans returns, it's going to be maybe at the end of the season, best case scenario, he probably is not going to play. And so, look, we've been talking about Baker elevating everyone's play, and he's certainly done that all season. But there's no doubt that when you're talking about a potential playoff run, this is just a huge blow for Tampa.
Oh, obviously, especially in the red zone, because Mike Evans was such a security blanket, similar to what like Tom Brady had for like Gronk, where it's just that connection is so strong in the red zone. And Mike Evans is just a big guy and a big target in the red zone. But if we have learned something from the Lions, it's to not take one game too seriously. I'm like, oh, well, the Lions lost the first game of the season and got drubbed by the Packers. This is it for the Lions. No. So just because the Bucs lost a game after like this great stretch where they looked amazing does not mean they are down for the count. It does suck that Mike Evans is going to be out, but still, we've seen Baker Mayfield do this before. And here's the thing. This is what I was afraid of last night, is that the Bucs had such a great stretch that we see this for every team in the NFL. Yeah. That it's just, it doesn't go on forever. Situationally, it gets so tough to replicate that type of performance week in and week out. So it had been a tough stretch for the Bucs where they eked out these wins. They went on the road. They played in really physical games. So I just feel like maybe the gas, just went empty on this one.
I mean, that's totally fair. I will also say that if you're the Lions, that this is the perfect game for coaches. They love it when you have a dominating win, but there are those teachable moments where they can look at the film and say, hey, we played really well, but we can play better, because they had a fumble, they had an interception. Like, they played okay football for them, but they can play better, and that's absolutely the way you want it if you're the Detroit coaches, where you can say, yeah, we were good. We can do even more here. And I will say, Detroit at home on the turf, they feel and look like a different team.
They look like a track team.
Yeah.
Like, if there's ever a team that's like well suited for their home field, it's a team that has this much speed. So they certainly look good moving forward. Do you think this is a team that can win the Super Bowl?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no question about it. I'm not going to hold it against them that they went into Kansas City and met a desperate Chiefs team who needed a win that was at Arrowhead. Kansas City is a tough place to play. And again, the Lions will get healthier. There were a lot of teachable moments last night. So And also, you're talking about a potential Super Bowl matchup because obviously the Lions are in the NFC. So, yeah, Detroit has what it takes, and now we're seeing it. Their 2 losses are to a good Packers team and also a very good Chiefs team. So there's no shame in, and both of those games were on the road as well. So Detroit is a team that looks as good as it did last year.
Right, and especially when you have that high-end offense, that it's like you're not just going to score 30 on like the bottom feeders. This is an offense that's fully capable of scoring those type of numbers, even against the best defenses in the NFL. If you do not contain Jahmyr Gibbs, they will absolutely make you pay.
Yes, they will, and that's exactly what they did last night. How about in Seattle where the Seahawks down the Texans? Oh, my God. Thank you, Seahawks. 27-19, the Seahawks laying 3. Seahawks minus 175. Total set at 41, the overhits, and we've seen this connection before.
The way the offense is playing in this environment could be trouble. And right for the end zone. And scoring and dunking is Jackson Smith-Njigba. Flags down afterward for the celebration. But Darnold strikes to JSN.
Yeah, just in time for the start of the NBA season. Jackson Smith-Njigba, 8 catches, 123 yards, now leads the NFL with 5 100-yard games this season. Second player in franchise history to rack up 3 straight 100-yard games. Texans really couldn't move the ball. Seahawks look good on D, and Seattle moves to 5-2. I like the Seahawks a lot. I feel like I'm biased because I just love Seattle, but man, they play really good football. And also, this Texans defense is the number 1 scoring defense in the NFL, so I'm not surprised. We kind of had a bit of a grinded out win, but it really wasn't that close. Even the Texans, when they scored, it was late and the game was out of reach.
Yeah, and I think it says something about a team when you can win in different ways, because the Seahawks defense had a great game in this one as well. And sometimes it's not all about the offense, and sometimes you're going to have those games where you're going to have to grind it out. And that's exactly what the Seahawks did here, because it was a tough defensive matchup, and it's a primetime game against a very solid Texans team. But once again, it just feels like people just don't want to believe in Sam Darnold. But once again, another solid game from him. JSN is not somebody who runs his mouth like a typical receiver. He's not on the sideline reading books or anything. But boy, when he has those explosive plays going, that brings such a different element to this offense. And obviously it opens up the field for the run game. So a complete all-around great win for Seattle.
Yeah. I mean, Ernest Jones IV was great, 3rd pick of the season, 11 tackles on the night, and they got after C.J. Stroud. Like, C.J. Stroud was sacked 3 times last night. He's been dropped 18 times on the season, and the Texans, I mean, they have a good defense. It's just that they can't, and that was kind of the handicap going into this game, which is, all right, can you generate enough offense? Even though your defense is really good, can you generate enough offense to keep up with the games or the teams that you play? And they just can't do it. One of their touchdowns was a strip sack on Sam Darnold where, well, Anderson jumped on the ball in the end zone. So even the number of points that they have is misleading. One of those was a defensive touchdown. They can't get right on offense.
Yeah, the offensive line is so bad.
It's
like, that
so
goes
bad.
to show that even if you have a really talented young quarterback who, I mean, I guess we would still put him in the category of young in C.J. Stroud. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have time to throw. And last year, he was the second most sacked quarterback in the league. And this year, it looks like they picked up right where they left off. I will say the defense certainly has some good pieces. Will Anderson is an absolute, throwback to the linebacker position and somebody who always makes a difference. But still, if your team can't score more than 20 points, which I feel like that's the handicap on the Texans. If they can get a team like in the 20s with them, like in the teens maybe, they can win games. But if a team scores 27, like, they ain't winning those games unless it's against the Ravens.
The Texans want to have a rock. Yeah, the Texans want to have a rock fight with you. That's what they want to do.
Yeah,
they want to kick some field goals, maybe get a fortuitous touchdown, like a defensive touchdown, like they got last night. But man, they've got to get some protection up front. And C.J. Stroud has been. It's crazy too. Now this is his 3rd season, and in his rookie year, he was just all world. And I think regression is maybe too strong of a word, but we haven't seen the progression. Do you know what I mean? We haven't seen him sort of start taking steps. He's just kind of been sitting there, and it certainly doesn't help when you don't have the protection in front of you, but he hasn't taken that next step yet.
Well, it just feels like the team as a whole hasn't taken that next step. And I think maybe this is like the question for like the Commanders now, right? Because I don't think it's necessarily on the shoulders of the quarterback. It's like it's difficult for the team as a whole to progress every single year as well, just because the NFL is just hard to win every week.
Yeah. No, it is. And also, like, JD5 needs to play. I think that's part of it too. Missing games and being banged up. And now,
Gotta play.
Yeah, he's also got to get in the lineup. And now he's banged up again with his hamstring. Oh, my God. I got to get out of that. I got to get out of the Commanders' funk. I can't do it. Next up for the Texans, they host the Niners. The Seahawks are on the bye. Coming up next on the show, the Blue Jays going back to the World Series while the Mariners are denied again. We have ALCS and World Series talk. That is next in the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We're back. It's Tuesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, you're going to hear this a billion times over the next few days. The Blue Jays are back in the World Series for the first time since 1993. You have to tell everybody about this video of Vladdy Jr. that you turned me on to online, and it's absolutely adorable. I mean, this kid is just, even when he was a little chunkster, he was about a foot tall. He was super cute and throwing a baseball around with the Expos and looking like he was ready to play ball with the big boys, and now he is.
Well, we've been throwing up the picture of him when he was little and practicing with the Expos and his dad. But now we have video footage, or at least this is the first time I'm saying it. So somebody tweeted this out yesterday before the game saying, like, he was born ready for this. And it's wild, like, how amazing this footage is. And I understand people on the radio are like, great radio, guys. We can't watch the footage. I believe that Buster only retweeted it. So if you want to look on his timeline. But it's very cute. And it's one of those things where you think to yourself, like, there's a lot of pro athletes that have children, but not all of them, like, ascend the ranks to become, like, even close to the level of their dads. But, like, this is the rare instance in which Vladdy Jr. really has ascended to the level that his dad was. Yeah. And now, like, he has a chance to surpass him. Like, he just was named ALCS MVP. He had a crazy series where he just was on fire the entire time. So you don't see it often, but making his dad proud, you love to see it.
Yeah, it's awesome. Such an awesome story. And imagine the pressure, too. I think that's the thing, too, that, like, look at Charlie Woods, for example, Tiger's son, who's still a teenager, right? So he has a long way to go. But whenever he steps on the pro tour, can you imagine the amount of pressure and the amount of attention, especially when you're talking about something that isn't a team sport, like that is going to follow him everywhere? And I'm sure he's accustomed to it by now because he kind of gets it anyway, but it's only going to ramp up as he gets older. And that's one of those things that if you're the son or a daughter of a professional athlete, you have to deal with that added layer that most athletes don't have to deal with. And then to thrive is even more remarkable.
Well, especially when it's the same sport, because then it's literally the same benchmarks. And it's like, he's not even a different position, really. Like, he is a hitter, as opposed to, like, if he was like a pitcher or something, maybe it would be different. But, like, look at that body type. He was meant to mash home runs. The guy's been a unit since he was like 30. Yeah.
Great arm, too. I mean, he can throw. Most kids, you know, they wind up and they throw and it goes all over the place or it dribbles in front of them. No. He looks like he's ready to go. He was born to do it, and now we're seeing it live and in person. So let's talk about last night's Game 7 and what a thrilling game this was. The Jays beat the Mariners 4-3. The Jays minus 125 on the money line. Total set at 7 and a hook. The under hits. Seattle with a 2-1 lead in the third after a solo home run from Julio Rodriguez. Cal Raleigh adds one in the fifth. It's 3-1 Mariners. And that brings us to the bottom of the seventh and 2 men on for George Springer.
High fly ball, left field, Arozarena, watches it go!
All courtesy of FS1, Springer with his 4th long ball of the playoffs, and the Blue Jays hang on from there.
Payoff. He'll strike him out, and for the first time in 32 years, the Blue Jays have won the pennant.
Absolute revelation and joy in Toronto. The last time the Jays won the World Series, the number one song in the country was Dream Lover by Mariah Carey. Jurassic Park was number one at the box office. It's been a long time coming. And if you're Seattle, you're like, yeah, tell us about it. The last time we were in the World Series was never. But what a swing by George Springer in a classic.
Right. Like, I think this is what athletes dream of being. Like, the clutchest and the biggest of moments, because it feels like one of those characteristics that you just can't teach. And George Springer is now, like, officially Mr. October. I know that still probably belongs to Reggie Jackson, but still, George Springer now has been an icon with not one, but 2 franchises. Because remember, he was named the World Series MVP in 2017 for a big home run that he hit for the Astros to take down the Dodgers. And now he's going to be loved by not just 2 franchises, but also 2 countries. Imagine like him going anywhere in the country of Canada. Like he's never going to have to buy a drink ever again. What a huge home run. He's now a 3rd all time on the career postseason home runs list with 23 career postseason home runs. And this one feels like it's one of the biggest of his career, or at least from a legacy standpoint.
Yeah, tied with Kyle Schwarber, 3rd all time. Manny Ramirez holds the major league record with 29. So he just adds to his legacy. Blue Jays also just the 4th team in Major League history to lose the first 2 games of a best-of-7 series at home and then come back to win it. First team to do it since the 1985 Kansas City Royals. So if you're Toronto, you talk about the resilience that they had to have to get to this point. Springer was a part of it. Vladdy Jr. was a part of it, the adult version of Vladdy Jr. And then last night, they had Kevin Gausman come in, Chris Bassett come in. For them to rally, first to beat the Yankees, then to rally from 0-2 in this series, I would think as much confidence as you can have going into a World Series, they've got it.
Yeah, absolutely. And to do it in front of the home crowd, like,
man,
watching this home run from George Springer, like, if you're having a bad day, just watch this. Unless you're a Mariners fan, then maybe don't watch this.
Yeah.
But, like, watching the absolute joy on people's faces the second that it left his bat, because, like, he absolutely knew. Like, he swung and he just stood there. And, like, you earned your moment, sir. So it's one of those things where this is the reason why they signed George Springer. They signed him to a 6-year, $150 million deal to boost a team that has felt talented in the past. Because remember, there has been seasons in which the Blue Jays have spent money. When they had Jose Bautista and Josh Donaldson, some of those years where they've come pretty close and they fizzled out in the ALCS. But now it feels like they've officially turned the corner. And this just feels like they have been waiting for so long for this moment to happen. Because, again, the expectations have been there for the Blue Jays, but it has to feel so good to finally live up to them.
Yeah, and when you sign a guy to a monster contract like that, like, it's worth it for this one moment. Do you know what I mean? I mean, obviously, you want production. He did a lot of things throughout the season. But for this one moment, totally worth it. Because this will just, aside from the good vibes and the potential to win the World Series, you talk about merchandise, you talk about fan excitement, this one moment will live on and on and on. And when you look back at Blue Jays history, this will be one of those highlights they play forever. That's how huge it was. And, man, Toronto just, what a great job of regrouping after being down like that. Because I believe the odds after being down 0-2 in a series and coming back to win were, I forget the exact number, but obviously pretty small. Again, we've only seen it 4 times in Major League history, them coming down from being 0-2 at home. And then on the flip side, how is Seattle feeling today? Because, the big dumper came home last night. Julio Rodriguez came home last night. They had this thing. They were this close, had an incredible regular season. Raleigh with his run. And once again, it is heartbreak for Seattle, and this was their best chance in clearly a long, long time, and they fall short.
Yeah, but what an ALCS. Like, I think from a handicapping perspective, like, this is not a series that we wanted to predict, and it's even more disappointing when it feels like you were that close. And it felt like, going into the 7th inning, you have a 3-1 lead. In a game where runs were at a premium, you say, okay, we're cruising here. And then George Springer just, dagger through the heart. So you can't feel great if you're Seattle right now. But I will say this, like, Julio Rodriguez is still young. I'm not sure about their contract situation because obviously this game just happened last night. But there's still some things to, go forward with, with the Mariners. And the fact that this was a franchise before this year, it felt like was like playing little brother to the Astros. So maybe it takes like going to the ALCS and getting to that step before they can take the next one. Because, James, we talk about this in sports all the time, where sometimes it takes a team to get kind of close and get that experience before they can win the big one.
Yeah, that's true. I think it's just if you're Seattle, you're like, oh my God, we don't get here in the first place. But you're right. They have the talent to do it. So sometimes it does take, a lump or two that you take, and then you press forward. So I think that's absolutely a possibility for the Mariners. What did you think when Josh Naylor in the first inning on that double play ball for the Blue Jays, and Josh Naylor is going into second, and the Blue Jays are turning to, and Naylor turns his back and jumps to get in the way of the throw, hits him in the back, and they called him out, as they should have. But at first, everybody was like, what was that? Even Shane Bieber turned around, and I'm sure you saw what he mouthed to Josh Naylor, which was, what the F are you doing? And so I think in the moment it's like anything to win, but you can't do that.
Well, also, Shane Bieber and Josh Naylor used to be teammates. So, I'm sure they were, looking at each other like, man, what are you doing? Right. But Josh Naylor, maybe stop watching Cam Scattaboo highlights for a minute. That's not how you play baseball. I know you want to be a football guy. And I will say this. It was, the ultimate, teammate move to try to throw your body in the line of fire. But you also need to know the rules. So that was a funny play that you watch and you're like, did that just happen? Did that just hit him in the head? But that's what we've kind of come to expect from Josh Naylor. Just a gritty grinder of a guy. It feels like he's a really tough out. And we were just talking about this. It feels like you look at him and his body type and you're like, there's no way that guy's a good baseball player. But he is. He was one of the toughest outs for the Mariners. Every single at bat, it felt like he was absolutely grinding. It would be a 7-pitch at bat every single time.
So here's the question. World Series odds. Game 1, I believe, set for Friday. And if you're looking at Game 1 odds, the Dodgers an early -150 money line favorite. We still don't know who's going to start for either team. World Series odds, Dodgers -220, the Jays +180. Blue Jays have a shot here? Or is this just, hey, enjoy it, guys. Enjoy your ALCS win because the mighty Dodgers are waiting on you?
I think they definitely have a chance.
Yeah.
Because some of the performances we saw in the NLCS from the Dodgers, it feels like those are going to be really tough to replicate. What we saw from Blake Snell, what we saw from, Yamamoto, where it a complete game. Come on, man. That's not going to happen every single game. So I do think the Dodgers deserve to be favored in this one. But if there is an offense that can keep pace, it's the Blue Jays. They're still averaging over 6 runs a game this postseason. And I think that's the name of the game when you face the Dodgers, is that you have to have an offense that's able to keep up and an offense that's able to hit high-level pitching. And we've seen it from George Springer. Like I said, he was the 2017 MVP of the World Series against who? The Dodgers. So wouldn't that just be fitting if he has a big World Series against the Dodgers once again?
You know what's crazy, too? I mean, that would be. And that postseason experience is going to be absolutely crucial, right? He will not shy away from the moment. We saw that last night. Perfect example. But last night we got lucky betting on the over because we played it down to 7. 5 of the 7 games in the ALCS went to the over. And when you look at Dodgers, Blue Jays, and the bats in this series, I mean, there's great pitching. But, man, normally you get to a World Series and you think about tight games and you think about small numbers. When it comes to betting this series, I feel like it might be an over series again because of all of the talent offensively. We always talk about the Dodgers. They can hit, but so can the Blue Jays, as you pointed out.
I think it depends on the game, though. Because, if Blake Snell is even close to, what we saw in the last round, imagine hitting that. Blake Snell is pitching on another level, and so is Yamamoto. And we were just saying, what really kills overs is when somebody goes 6 or 7 shutout. So, both of those guys are fully capable of it. So, in the games that those guys are starting, no thank you.
Is it a big deal for Major League Baseball to have Canada locked in? I will say, I know a handful of Blue Jays fans. Some of them work for covers. I know one friend of mine who is actually a Toronto fan, believe it or not. They love their Blue Jays. You saw that crowd last night at Rogers Center. I mean, just raucous as it gets anywhere in Major League Baseball. I think it's kind of fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I told you, when we went to Banff this summer, which is not even close to Toronto, it was wild to me how much people support the Blue Jays. You turn on the TV and there's 3 channels dedicated to the Blue Jays. You're like, oh my God, this country loves the Blue Jays. And maybe, just maybe, Jenks, it's because they can't win a Stanley Cup. It's America keeps taking hockey from them. So they're like, listen, we're going to take America's pastime from them. It's time for us to win a World Series.
Wasn't it Austin Matthews who said after the game last night, Leaf Star, I'm glad the Blue Jays broke the curse. Like they need it because I mean, God, Leafs have been trying forever. Yeah.
Barf.
What? Yeah, well, I mean, they've had a lot of disappointment. But finally, Toronto gets one. They win the pennant, and they are headed to the Fall Classic. Again, you will see Joe Carter swing a million times, first time since 1993, but a great moment last night across the border. Coming up next on the show. All right, the dust is settled on the ALCS and Week 7 of the NFL. So we got to break out all the takes. Find out if we agree or disagree with D-Day and Double D. It's a Take Tuesday. It is next on the Daily Tip, and it is here on the BetMGM Network. Thanks for waking up with us.
Coming up on the Daily Tip, Jenks and Chelsea react to Denton and Double D's takes from the weekend, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is Tuesday here on the BetMGM Network. We are always thrilled to have you along, Double D. Coming up on the show, will anyone get triggered on this Tuesday? Find out in moments when D-Day and Double D give us their hot takes. Chelsea, how jacked are you for the National Basketball Association tonight? NBA action. It's fantastic. So I used to say back in the day. Look at that face. Not ready. You're going to punch me through the screen.
Well, listen, I already saw this update yesterday that, Mitchell Robinson is listed as, questionable due to load management.
Oh, God.
Today's the first day of the season. Load management already? This is why people are fed up with the regular season when it comes to the NBA. Because of nonsense like this. It just feels like the regular season at times just does not matter to the players. So it's not that I dislike the NBA. I just feel like I dislike the current state of the NBA in the regular season. Especially some of these games in October when it feels like nobody cares.
Load management from what? From what?
I don't know.
That's weird. That's so strange. Okay, fine. And then LeBron's not playing tonight. He has sciatica. So we'll see how that goes down. Oh, that's another good one. Double D is dropping these former NBA slogans in the chat. NBA action is fantastic. That was the one they used to always say. NBA, it's legendary. That's a BetMGM one. Chelsea, let me ask you this. What are you going to bet on tonight before we get to our takes? Because we don't have any baseball tonight. Last time I
got to
checked.
bet on the NBA.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not thrilled about it.
So you got to do something. You got to look at it, whether you like it or not, unless you want to come over to the old hockey side.
I'm about to say, you got hockey to bet on.
Yeah.
The old stick and puck.
The old stick and puck.
I feel like I lose respect for people who bet on sports where they don't even know most of the rules. And I understand Brian Callahan was the head coach of an NFL football team and didn't even know the rules. But I am not one of those people who are going to come on here and with this false bravado, oh yeah, I'm a big Avs fan. I got this T-shirt from Lucky Bundle, and now I'm a connoisseur in the game of hockey, even though I've only watched probably a dozen hockey games. So we're honest on this show. Mm-hmm. And listen, when people's money is in the question, I am always going to be honest, and I'm just not a hockey person. I enjoy it. Mm-hmm. I just don't have the depth of knowledge that I do in some of these other sports.
No, that's totally fair. I get that. All right. I can't wait to hear this basketball play coming up later on the show. Until then, let's find out what everyone is thinking today.
It's time for Take Tuesday. Are these takes hot?
So hot. So hot.
Or not?
You can't handle the truth.
So this is what we do. We bring in Double D, bring in D-Day, and they give us a take, and we decide, maybe, or maybe not. Now, you never know with David. I mean, sometimes I'm like, is this a real one? Are you on drugs? Double D. Good morning, buddy.
Morning. Always. That's the answer. Always.
Okay.
I'm going to head to college football first. My first take for this Tuesday is Vanderbilt can run the table in the SEC and be a threat in the college football playoffs. To make the college football playoffs right now, Vanderbilt is plus 225.
I'll tell you one thing. You've been talking a lot of Vanderbilt since the beginning of the year. And you know what? I kind of think you're right. I don't know if they can be a threat, maybe early in the college football playoffs. But if you look at the rest of their schedule, it's Missouri. They can beat Missouri. It's Texas. They're going to beat Texas. The Longhorns are just, don't even get me started on Texas right now. That offense, it's like watching paint dry. Tennessee, they can beat Tennessee. Pavia is just a witch back there. I don't know how many plays he made against LSU. It'd be like a fourth down, and he's running figure eights behind the line and finding a way to complete a pass. That was something. Also, did you see, was it their left tackle or left guard? Have you seen this highlight, which is going around? Please look for it, where He hits one dude with his left arm, knocks him flat, turns, and knocks another dude from LSU flat. Like 2 dudes in like 2 turns. Incredible. Vanderbilt is so physical, and that offensive line is so talented. With their schedule, yeah, I agree.
That makes me want to watch like Chuck Norris highlights.
Ooh,
like,
it was impressive.
Yeah. Where he's just like taking on like 10 dudes and just roundhouse kicking them. I feel like this is not even that hot of a take. Like Vanderbilt's the number 10 team in the country, and you look at the rest of the schedule, like technically, I don't know if you can quote like run the table if you already lost to Alabama, but like I think you can run the table for the rest of the schedule. Like this is a talented team. Like College Game Day is going to be at the Vandy Mizzou game this weekend, and I think it is an outdated thought process to be like, yeah, Vandy, they're not one of the best teams in the SEC. Like they continue to prove it. So it doesn't make me feel great the way that Diego Pavia played against Alabama in the biggest game of the season thus far, but he did look good against LSU. So I do think this is definitely in the realm of possibility. I think it's a good chance that Vandy can at least make the college football playoff. So I think that means they can be a threat.
Circle it on your calendars. Tennessee, Vanderbilt, end of the year winner gets into the college football playoff.
It's going to be fun.
It'd be crazy.
Big one.
Game day better be out there.
For our state. Especially here in Nashville.
I mean, you better be out there. We gotta
you should
you
go
out there if that happens.
You gotta
go. I don't know. I hate Tennessee fans. I feel like in our state, like Tennessee fans are the Walmart fans, where it's like none of them went there, but they just go to Walmart and get Tennessee gear. But it is crazy to see bandwagon Vandy fans now. Because listen, you look at people like, did you really go to Vandy? That is a private school and very hard to get into. So it is a wild split now here in Nashville.
Yeah, I don't go to Walmart. I go to Big Lots. I'm a Vandy fan. Class it up a little bit.
Sam's Club. What's up?
Sam's
Check
Club,
my membership. All right, my first take comes in the NBA. I know you guys are excited about the NBA season. I'm a massive Kevin Durant fan. I always have been.
Yeah.
He joined the Houston Rockets this offseason. The Rockets will win 55 games this year. BetMGM currently has that win total at 52.5.
Here's the thing, and you can tell me because I am not a basketball expert. You know the one thing that worries me about the Rockets? It's going to sound, I'm worried about them not having Van Vliet. Like, he is so adept at running that offense, and he's he's out for the season. He's done. So I'm sure, Thompson can do that, but he's not quite the playmaker that Van Vliet is. Am I overstating that? At the same time, these guys are just monsters. I love KD, so I'm not going to deny you on that. Yeah, I agree.
I think they can still be a really good team because last year this was one of the best defensive teams in the league. And they have some young players that I think can get even better. Amen Thompson, if you don't know the Thompson brothers, like do yourself a favor and look them up because those guys are absolute freaks of nature. And plus when you factor in like Alperen Şengün, as somebody who plays NBA player props, like he's usually a staple and somebody who's good in DFS lineups, I think this team can be a real threat. And side note, Jenks, I don't know if you saw this where Kevin Durant, they're doing, it's either a Netflix documentary or it's something. I think it's on Netflix where they like chronicle his like online trolling. This is something I definitely want to watch because I think he's one of the greatest of all time trolls of our generation. So salute to KD.
It's part of the starting five that they run on Netflix, which is effectively like the basketball version of Quarterback.
Oh, okay.
They just follow a couple superstars, but Durant is hilarious in it. I haven't watched it. I've just seen the clips, like you said, Chelsea. I saw the bit of him trolling where he's literally just like laying on his back, kicking his feet up, tweeting away at people. It's hilarious.
All right. Who's next? Double D? Want to drop in a little baseball take here?
Yeah. Let's go to some Major League Baseball. Shohei Ohtani is already Major League Baseball's greatest of all time.
Yeah. Chelsea, you're the baseball gal, but I don't know what more I need to see from Shohei to believe this.
I think it's hard to call somebody the greatest of all time before their career is over, but like we're definitely on that trajectory and he's already done things that like we've literally never seen before. And Major League Baseball has been around since the 1800s, like wild stuff where, you talk to baseball people and are like, do they ever shut up about Shohei Ohtani? No. And we shouldn't, because you are watching history unfold in front of your very eyes, not just because he is a great player, but the way that he is doing it on both sides of the ball. Like, somebody was asking, like, Grok, and one of the replies, it was like, Grok, what would be the football example of Ohtani? And it was something to the tune of, like, Patrick Mahomes throwing 5 touchdowns for, like, 350 yards in, like, the AFC Championship game, while also hauling in 3 pick sixes. Can you imagine? Because, like, we have two-way players in football. Like, we have Travis Hunter, but he is not playing the premium position that, like, starting pitcher would equate to. Like, it would have to be quarterback. So for me, he already is the GOAT. I think Ohtani is certainly a generational player and somebody we probably will not see in our lifetime ever again.
I agree. Also, I don't talk to Grok because Grok's a racist. That's a different conversation. I don't need to talk to Grok to know. And I will say, early on when people were throwing out, and this was early, like this is 3 years ago, people were saying he's better than Babe Ruth. And I was like, no, he's not. No, he's not. Look at the numbers. And guess what? Things change, things evolve. And we've seen Shohei again and again and again. And yeah, I believe he is. He is as great as anyone who has ever played the game, even if he stopped now. I believe that. Not only that, he'll add to those numbers, but also you have to take the competition factor into account, which is baseball is highly competitive now, and there's certainly more competition now and more parity now than there was back then if you find someone who is comparable. So when you take that into account as well, I just don't think it's close. And yeah, he's like the unicorn's unicorn. That's how great he is. We're just never going to see anyone like it. I've never seen anything like him as an athlete, baseball or otherwise. So yeah, he is the GOAT.
Yeah, especially like the level of competition, like you said. Like, think about like Major League Baseball in the 1800s. It was still segregated. It wasn't even like a fair fight, half the time. So it's like everything is so specialized. It is remarkable what Ohtani's doing.
Yeah, that's why you have to go back and look what was happening in the Negro Leagues as well, and sort of take that into account to make sure we get a full picture of the competition at the time. Coming up next here on the show, we've got a World Series to talk about, and it's a Teaser Tuesday. All sorts of stuff on the card next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker back.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. It's a Tuesday here on the Daily Tip. It is October 21st, and it officially is the best time of year. I know that sometimes we poke fun of the NBA, but listen, when you have the NFL going, when you have college football going, when you have postseason baseball and the World Series stage is now officially set, and then you add in the NBA, it's just one of those things where it feels like something's always on and there's always something to bet on, which we love because we are a betting show. Coming up in the next hour here on the show, we'll start in the NFL on some of the teams that we're buying low on. We're only in October. There is still plenty of time for some of these teams that are, quote, down bad to possibly right the ship. We'll tell you which teams we believe in. At 7:20, we get on to baseball. The World Series stage is officially set. Like I said, we'll give you our take on if the Blue Jays can continue to have a magical run and beat down the mighty Dodgers and their massive payroll. At 7:40, we go on to Teaser Tuesday, my favorite teaser options in the NFL this week. It's all coming up next within the next hour here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. All right, Jenk, so this next story is a story of a rivalry between two players in the NBA, LeBron James and Russell Westbrook. And before we get into it, it does feel to me like the rivalries between players are the biggest in the NBA. Like we see this in the NFL occasionally where there are two players who hate each other. But I just feel like in the NBA, like this is ground zero of like the most like petty players and the players that take it absolutely personal. I don't know what it is. The fact that maybe there's only 5 guys on the court or that, you know, they're not wearing helmets. It just feels like the petty level in the NBA is always way higher than in other sports.
Yeah, I wish they hated each other more. It's not really hate, it's just pettiness. But everyone's just so petty. It's the best reality show amongst all the sports because there are guys who genuinely don't like each other like in the NFL. And in the NBA, they sort of don't like each other, but it's more of trolling and just kind of top-level pettiness. We see it all the time. I mean, guys go after each other. If you really want to get into something that is, you know, reality-based when it comes to sport, like the NBA is the way to go.
Yeah. Well, because they do a lot of their fighting online.
Yeah.
Like, it's not in person. And it just feels like the tone is set by, like, the top-level players. And it does feel to me like the best players in the NBA are not, like, getting in fights. So it's like Kevin Durant, you know, troll number 1. I feel like he kind of sets the stage for the rest of the players because he's so active on Twitter and like social media. And you think to yourself, like, what's he doing? Like, why does he think that he needs to stoop to their level? But like, he says that he enjoys it and he enjoys like, you know, continuing to have an edge. So maybe it helps him. And I know he's a really petty person and maybe this is what gives him motivation to keep on keeping on. Because I know the NBA is a long season. Bless their hearts, they need load management. But Jenks, one of the rivalries that I was referring to is Russell Westbrook and LeBron James. So apparently there's this new article on The Ringer where Russell Westbrook chronicles all the ways in which he thinks LeBron James is a phony. And listen, when you read something, you already have like a preconceived notion because, Jenks, we've seen like little hints of this. Like, I don't know if you saw like the series where LeBron James was always like, I love reading. I'm always going to be reading a book when people come up and ask me questions. And like the book's upside down. You're like, LeBron,
all right, dude,
flip the book if you want people to believe that you're reading. So Russell Westbrook goes on like this epic rant to this author saying that like, oh, LeBron James is so fake. Like, even his movie choices, he says he's like a huge Godfather fan to, appeal to like the cinephiles in LA. And it feels like hasn't even watched the movie. So when you see details like this, do you believe in Russell Westbrook saying that LeBron's a phony? Or do you say, hey, Russell Westbrook hates LeBron and he's just being petty?
No, I think Russ is probably spot on. Like, it doesn't mean LeBron's a bad guy. I think it's well established. He's a good family man. He's a good person, right? He's done a lot in his career for communities. All that is true. And also, I think he's probably just a little phony. Like, who keeps it real more? LeBron or Russ? Like, Russell Westbrook does. Like, Russell Westbrook is going to keep it real all the time. He's going to keep it 100 on a regular basis. Whereas LeBron has more of an image to upkeep. Didn't Russ like walk into like some sort of lounge or something and confront a fan or something a couple of years ago? Like, Russ is going to clap back at someone. Like, LeBron will pull aside Stephen A. Smith and say, I don't like the way you keep my son's name out of your mouth, and it's a big to-do, right? And everybody talks about it, but it's all I don't want to say it's contrived, but Russ will come into the stands and beat your ass. Like, Russ is going to keep it real. So I have no doubt whatsoever that Russ sees some of this. He's like, you got to be kidding me.
Well, and Russell Westbrook has been the villain before. Like, I think one of the biggest flaws for LeBron, and like, listen, like you mentioned, he is a good guy all around. He does not get into trouble, and he's been in the spotlight forever. So, like, let's preface by saying that. But I think one of his biggest character flaws is that he cares too much if people like him.
Right.
Doesn't it feel like that? Like, somebody who is one of the greatest basketball players of all time, who cares what they're saying about you? If you want to go to Miami and win a bunch of rings, who cares? It is your life. But it just feels like he wants to be in movies. He wants to be a star. He wants to go to LA and make a legacy with the Lakers because they have all this glitz and glamour with this franchise. So it's one of those things, because LeBron James has been in the spotlight for so long, like, we all feel like we know him. And I feel like that's my biggest takeaway, is that he cares so much about public opinion.
Oh, no question. It's part of, I don't want to say it's part of his greatness, because public perception aside, he's one hell of a basketball player, arguably the greatest of all time, right? We all know this. But certainly LeBron has bigger plans. He has a greater image to uphold. And part of that image is making sure that he manages sort of everything, which is how he looks in this situation, how he looks in this situation. Also, he's out in Los Angeles, so that adds another layer to it as well. What does he want to do post-basketball? I guarantee you he's not going to fade from the spotlight. Like, LeBron is not going to go and be an assistant coach somewhere. I bet Russ would. Russ would do that. Russ would be on a staff, or he'd go play in some older league and keep balling. LeBron has bigger plans than that, and I think we'll see that. And because of that, and because he's such a worldwide phenomenon, he always wants to make sure that he doesn't make a misstep, which means in a lot of situations he probably sort of has to just be very generic with how he acts and sort of has to glad hand and not really be as demonstrative as Russ is.
I feel like this is what people kind of hold against him, because his personality feels so different than like Michael Jordan. And like, maybe we have it all wrong, because, LeBron James, like I said, has been an upstanding individual that gives to charity. And he's been, from as far as we know, a good family man. And then you look at Michael Jordan and it feels like he has the ultimate like F you attitude. Like, when his career was over, like, I know he does like the ownership stuff, but if he wanted to be a regular on like NBA Countdown, he could be, but he doesn't wanna.
Right. No, I mean, MJ is definitely more of a Russ type than a LeBron type. Like, MJ was popular because of the marketing around him, because of, the Be Like Mike and Gatorade, and because of Nike was a big part of that. But it's also because he was just such a stone cold killer. And nobody had ever seen anything like that. I mean, it is about basketball with LeBron, but with MJ, it was really about basketball, because he certainly didn't have the marketing behind him that LeBron has. I mean, LeBron, because of where we are, because of social media, I mean, I don't want to say he was the phenomenon that Jordan was, but he certainly, I think his tentacles go into more areas, right? Like, yeah, Jordan did Space Jam, but you could see LeBron continuing to lean into Hollywood. Like, he's already been in a film already. I bet he continues to do that, whereas MJ doesn't seem like he's really interested in that at all.
Yeah, it feels like Michael Jordan does stuff because people force him to. Meanwhile, it feels like LeBron James is forced on us.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the correct way to phrase it, but that's what it feels like. Oh God, we got to watch another movie with LeBron James. And then he's just smiling so big and laughing. You're like, God, shut up, LeBron. But I will say he was pretty good in Trainwreck. I will give him some flowers for his performance in that movie with Amy Schumer. I thought that was a good one. All right, Jenks. So let's switch to the NFL because the NFL is going right now. And maybe it is a good chance to buy low on some of these teams who have been, quote, down bad as of late. And let's start with the Ravens, who sit at 1-5. And Jenks, as I was looking at some of the lines this week on the NFL slate, I couldn't believe this line. The Ravens are 7-point favorites at home against the Bears. So something tells me that maybe Lamar Jackson could be back for this game, or at least that's what it feels like the odds makers are telling us with this line. But he did miss practice on Monday. He's still out with that hamstring injury. The Ravens defense has looked like a mess the entire season.
Yeah.
I see in the rundown that didn't put that Derrick Henry is only getting older. Just let the record reflect that he said that and not me. Don't come at me, King. I love you. But are the Ravens a team that you're still willing to buy stock in? Over at BetMGM to make the playoffs, it's only plus 105. So clearly the odds makers believe that there is still some life left in the Ravens. Do you believe that?
No, not at all. First of all, if the Ravens are 6.5 at home against the Bears, Lamar is playing 100%. There's no way that the Ravens are laying 6.5 against the Bears in Baltimore with Cooper Rush at quarterback. That is Lamar is playing, is what that line tells you. Number two, I am not putting any money on the Ravens. The Ravens are an abject mess right now, and I feel like you're throwing away your money if you put your money on Baltimore. They could go on a run. They could. I just don't think it's going to happen. And if I'm going to bet on the Ravens to make the playoffs, I want to have a hell of a lot more plus money than plus 105. No thanks. Yeah, and their defense is a mess. You know what I mean? So sure, Lamar is a difference maker, obviously, but their defense is just garbage. So based on just that alone, I wouldn't touch Baltimore.
Well, also they're 1-5. You almost have to run the table from here on out to make the playoffs, and the Steelers are sitting pretty in the AFC North, and especially at that price. That's the bottom line for me. If I was getting a bigger number, we would talk, but plus 105, there are better plus money bets on the board. Just take I don't know, somebody anytime touchdown, and you get your money this week as opposed to having to wait the entire season. All right, so next up, let's talk about your Washington Commanders. So right now the Commanders sit at 3-4, losers of 2 in a row. Jaden Daniels is hurt, but you're getting big plus money on them to make the playoffs. Yes is 3-1, no is minus 375. And Jenks, I did screenshot this last night because Femi on You Better You Bet said, quote, "It's over for the Washington Commanders." It was a graphic that was posted by the BetMGM network. Does this grind your gears, or do you agree with Femi here?
No, I don't think he's off base. It's just nothing is trending right for the Commanders. Do you know what I mean? Their defense is a mess right now. They can't really stop anyone. They just lost Dorrance Armstrong for the season, which I know a lot of casual fans will say, well, that's not a big deal. It is a big deal. He was a top 5 player in sacks in the NFL, and they were already having issues on the defensive line anyway because of injuries. Their top 3 receivers are out. Maybe they get Terry McLaurin back this year or this week. Probably not. I mean, maybe. It's a possibility. But their top 3 starters have not played together all season long. Jaden Daniels is having an MRI on his hamstring, and even if it's tweaked a little bit, you think they're going to risk him based on the possibility of a longer-term injury? No, they're not. Their schedule is absolutely brutal coming up with the Chiefs on Monday Night Football. They gave that game away against the Bears. They got drilled by the Cowboys. It's all kind of falling apart for Washington this season.
I think it's just kind of tough because in the bigger picture, a lot of this is, hey, can they make a wild card? Because right now the Eagles sitting atop the NFC East at 5-2. Even the Cowboys are ahead in the standings from the Commanders. We know they just beat them. Cowboys 3-1, Commanders 3-4. We have like 30 seconds. Den, I feel like you are normally a more positive person. Do you have a positive spin here?
Well, I've started a prayer circle for everyone to get healthy, so that's positive.
Oh,
if we can get
there
this
you
thing
go.
going, I prayed a couple rosaries, so we got, hoping that can help. Just heal Jaden Daniels' hamstring up, be nice and good.
Turning to the supernatural. That's always a great sign of things to come for your team. If you are depending on rosaries, hell, maybe make a trip to New Orleans. Get a voodoo doll. All right, coming up next, we talk baseball. The stage is set for the World Series. Do the Blue Jays stand a chance to extend their magic and beat the Dodgers in the World Series? Next on the Daily Tip.
In 20 minutes, Chelsea gives out her favorite teaser plays from the NFL in Teaser Tuesday here on the Daily Tip, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, so we're back. The stage is set for the World Series. Don't know if you guys stayed up and watched last night, but an instant classic in Game 7 between the Blue Jays and the Mariners. Maybe not an instant classic if you're a Mariners fan, but George Springer with a 3-run bomb to send the Blue Jays to the World Series. So, Jenks, we're going to take a look at the odds for the World Series. And obviously, the Dodgers are going to be your favorites. They have a $321 million payroll. And, of course, they cruised into the World Series and are now just, sitting with their feet up on chaise lounges, waiting for the World Series to start. But before we get into that, I feel like people always look at stories from like France and use it like as ammo against, like, oh, the French are the worst. Like that would never happen in America. And I saw this story. I was like, here we go again. But like this one is just crazy to me. So the Louvre, don't know if you've heard of it. One of the most famous museums in the world. So there was this huge jewelry heist a few days ago where a couple of people just came into the Louvre dressed as construction workers. They like drilled a hole in the window and in broad daylight took some of the most valuable crystals or jewels or whatever that once were Napoleon's and simply walked out. And you're like, what is the Louvre doing? Like maybe hire better security guards, and they still haven't found these guys. Like when you have some of these heirlooms that are like some of the most valuable in the world, I don't know what France is doing, but they got to do something better because they looked like absolute fools for this.
This is crazy. Like I'm reading about it right now, and the fact that these guys were in and out in a matter of minutes, in broad daylight.
10 minutes.
In minutes. They climb up this ladder, they pry open a window, they pop in, they grab the jewels, and they're gone in broad daylight. That is absolutely wild. Yeah, I'm reading about it now. I've been to the Louvre, and so that makes it even more interesting, but I cannot believe how brazen this is.
Right. And like you think to yourself, oh, did they have this like elaborate Ocean's 12 plan?
Nope.
And it's like, no, they came in on like a furniture delivery truck. And so I'm reading about this story as I'm watching Monday Night Football. I'm like, oh, well, maybe the criminals were like Jahmyr Gibbs and they were just really fast. I don't know if you saw the pictures yet as you're reading the story. The guy looks overweight. Like, well, they didn't catch this guy. It looks like the most like average person you've ever seen. And apparently, like, it's in the glass display case and he's just like cutting a hole in it. And nobody's even realizing it. Like, I don't know when crowds are this sparse because, Jenks, when I went, there were like 1,000 people there. But, like, salute. Like, I don't know what the odds were on somebody stealing the crown jewels in under 10 minutes. But whoever did it, what heist.
It's kind of genius because it looks so mundane. Like, when you think of a heist, when you mention Ocean's 11, right, you think of something that's very intricate, right? So if you walk by the Louvre and you saw a truck, which looks like some sort of repair truck, right? You know, some sort of repair truck with a ladder going up to a window, you'd be like, oh, they're repairing something. Maybe it's an HVAC unit, or maybe there's some sort of leak or something. And you see a guy who's maybe overweight crawling up that ladder. Would you think that guy's a thief? You're like, no. You'd be like, that guy's going to repair something. That's his job. So that's actually the brilliance, is that they don't look like robbers. They look like regular dudes doing a job. You're like, well, even the Louvre needs maintenance. They're probably just repairing something, and you go about your business, and then they're in and out. It's crazy.
It's crazy. As my daughter likes to say, the world is a magical place. You never know what's going to happen. Maybe not so magical when, like, the bad guys are winning. But, Jenks, we look at the odds for the World Series, and maybe the world is a magical place, and somebody can beat the Dodgers this year. Right now, it does not feel like it because the Dodgers looked absolutely dominant on their way to the World Series. They made quick work last series against the Brewers. They swept them and looked like they did it, like, you know, with their hands behind their backs and just, you know, cruising into the World Series. So now we have the Dodgers minus 220. Meanwhile, the Blue Jays, it took them all 7 games to advance past the Mariners. So I will say this, from a logic standpoint, the advantage already goes to the Dodgers because they're going to be rested. Their starters are going to be on their normal schedule. Like, we don't have starters listed for game one just yet, but I would imagine it's either Yamamoto or Blake Snell, both which were, lights out in their games in the NLCS. And the relief corps should be very rested. Like, even to the point where maybe it's too rested because, like I said, Blake Snell and Yamamoto went so deep in those games that they barely even had to use the bullpen in the NLCS, and they only had 4 games. But I will say this. The reason that we watch sports is because sometimes the unthinkable can happen. And we see these David versus Goliath stories all the time. And just because you have the biggest payroll in the sport does not mean you're going to be guaranteed a World Series win. Like, a lot of times it guarantees that maybe you're going to have a great season, as we've seen the Dodgers be an absolute staple in the postseason for what feels like the last 15 years. But I think it is a little simplistic to say that the Blue Jays do not stand a chance. I'm not sure if they're going to win it, but I think they have a chance.
Oh, they absolutely have a chance. You just never know. It's baseball. And when you look at the series price, the Dodgers are minus 220, which isn't crazy. You know what I mean? Of course, they're going to be a heavy favorite. And also, there's a little extra juice. You're always paying a bit of a premium on the Dodgers anyway because of the Dodgers, because there's that brand name. But this isn't a crazy price on the Dodgers to win at all, which is just to say that the Blue Jays absolutely have a shot. They have the bats to match up with the Dodgers. They don't necessarily have the pitching. But one thing we do know with LA is that if their starters don't go long, you can get to their bullpen. And again, it's baseball. So guys can go cold. Lineups can go cold. Pitchers can get hot. Pitchers can lose it and get absolutely shelled early. So Toronto didn't just, make its way here by beating a bunch of bottom feeders. They beat the Yankees. They came all the way back to beat the Mariners, another good team. They deserve to be here. They can absolutely win this series.
Yeah, I think if there's a team that can slug with the Dodgers, it's definitely the Blue Jays, because right now they're averaging more runs per game in the postseason than any other team that was even in the postseason. And obviously they're one of the last 2 teams standing, but more runs per game than the Dodgers, averaging more than 6 runs a game. So if anybody can slug with the Dodgers bats, it's probably the Blue Jays. Yeah. Am I saying that they're going to win those games that Blake Snell and Yamamoto pitch? Not necessarily, but this is a 7-game series. So I do think that they stand a chance, and maybe you can look at the series prices for games played, but like the juice is kind of throwing me off just because over 5.5 games in the series is minus 165. It's a little too juicy for me to play.
Yeah.
Under 5.5, I think if you think the Dodgers dominate, maybe that's the way to go, where you can have like the Dodgers in a gentleman sweep where, okay, the Blue Jays have 1 game where they win and it goes to 5 games. But still, I happen to think that I think we might get 6 games in this series. Okay. It just feels like the Blue Jays are playing with so much confidence right now. Yeah. And we see this all the time in baseball where momentum matters. A team just catches fire. And I know that's not really the case for the Blue Jays because they've been good all season long. But still, the way in which they won Game 7 and with all the fans behind them, it just feels like we were saying this about the Mariners, how they felt like a team of destiny. Now it kind of feels that way for the Blue Jays. And plus they have hitters that are on fire right now. Yeah. Like we were just talking about George Springer. He had the big home run in the game last night. He was the World Series MVP in 2017 when the Astros took down who? The Dodgers. So if anybody knows how to do damage against the Dodgers, it's certainly George Springer, now 3rd all-time on the career postseason home runs list. And then the series that Vladdy Jr. had. Like, who's seeing the ball better than him? Very few players. So it just feels to me like the confidence is there for the Blue Jays. I don't think they're coming into this series saying, oh, we'll be lucky to win 1 game. I feel like the Blue Jays are coming in with a ton of confidence.
Oh, absolutely. And not only that, they have nothing to lose. I know I say this, but everyone expects the Dodgers to win, right? The pressure is on the Dodgers to repeat. They're the first team to go back to the World Series when they won the World Series since 2009, which I believe is when the Phillies did it. And no one is going into this series, at least most casual experts are saying, yeah, it's the Dodgers. It's the Dodgers. They have the better team on paper. They have been the better team. There's a reason why they just rolled through the postseason. So if you're the Blue Jays, you're playing with house money, and you've shown a lot of resilience along the way. That's the one thing you have to feel good about if you're Toronto, is that even if you go down against the Dodgers, you can say, well, guess what? We were just here against a very good Seattle team, by the way. So we were just at this point. We were down 0-2, and we were down at home. We went on the road, came all the way back, and then they rallied in a Game 7. So Toronto was playing with about as much momentum as you can be playing with right now. And also, look, it always helps to have rest, but I feel like in a situation like this, particularly in baseball, when you play 162 games a year, like, it's better to have the momentum, frankly. So I'm not going to be surprised if the Dodgers win. But if you're Toronto, you get a couple days rest and you're right back at it. And they're the ones who probably have a better chance of staying hot than the Dodgers because they need to get hot again.
Right. Sometimes it feels like it's not an advantage to be sitting around for too long. So the fact that the Dodgers swept and, they've been waiting around, and sometimes I think it helps pitchers, but it hurts hitters. Because even if you're taking batting practice, it's not the same thing as taking like meaningful at-bats in games against live pitching. So maybe that's the sabotage factor. Maybe the Blue Jays can steal, like, I don't know. Even after I think about it, though, that's going to be the toughest pitching matchup for the Blue Jays, is like the game 1 and game 2. Well, then you get to Glasnow, and then you get to Ohtani. So then it's like you're back at square one. We're like, the Blue Jays have a chance, right? Let's look at the starting rotation. Blake Snell, absolutely dominant. Yamamoto, absolutely dominant. Tyler Glasnow, very, very good. Yeah. Oh, Ohtani, the greatest baseball player of all time, who's coming off 6 shutout and 10 punch-outs last game. Oh, and 3 home runs when he's starting that game as well. I try to talk through it, Jenks.
It's
tough. Man. The Dodgers are favored for a reason.
Yes, they are. And look, the Dodgers should win this series. The Dodgers are more talented. The Dodgers put on an absolute clinic. But also, I don't know if the Dodgers can play a whole lot better. That's the thing, too. So maybe they can, and if they do, they're untouchable. You cannot beat LA, and that's the one frustrating thing that you have to be worried about if you're Toronto, is that as much resilience as Toronto has shown, the Dodgers can't play a whole lot better because they haven't really had to touch their bullpen, which is maybe the one little weakness that they have, because their starters have been going so deep into games. And then what happens? Shohei, who won the NLCS MVP essentially on one game, and he should have, suddenly awakens, which we knew that was going to happen. So now the Dodgers are coming into this series hitting on all cylinders. Like, they are playing their best baseball of the season at the perfect time. So it's easy to make a case for the Dodgers, but you never know.
Right. If the Blue Jays can just like hang around during like the first 5 innings, they'll have a chance in the later innings. Because like you've said, like the one weakness of the Dodgers is their bullpen, or at least their depth, their bullpen. And so if the Blue Jays can make it a series and you get multiple games where maybe you get a shot against the bullpen, I don't know. Like, I guess it could happen. It's just, here on the show, like, we always try to like make the best case that we can make for a side. And it's just like all of the ammo falls on the side of the Dodgers. I think that's just the problem. All right, so there are other ways to bet this if you want to bet on World Series MVP. Shohei Ohtani is your favorite at plus 165. Obviously, playing for the Dodgers, who are favored to win the World Series, and plus coming off one of the best performances you will ever see in a postseason baseball game. But plus 165 is very short odds for an award that sometimes goes to a player that has really long odds, Jenks. We've seen this in World Series before. Like, I think there was a year the Red Sox won it where it was like Steve Pearce or somebody that won a World Series MVP. And a lot of it is sometimes timely hits and timely home runs. So sometimes these things can be a little bit tough to predict. So I'm not somebody who's big on World Series MVP bets, but we do have some reigning or some defending, or I guess I would say former World Series MVPs who are in the mix here. George Springer, coming off a huge game last night, was the 2017 World Series MVP for the Astros against the Dodgers. He's 10-1, but obviously the Blue Jays would need to win for that to happen as well. Freddie Freeman, 12-1. He was the 2024 World Series MVP and one of the best career hitters on the Dodgers. Like, it feels like his floor is pretty high. Like, Freddie Freeman's usually pretty dependable.
Oh, yeah.
But again, it just feels like this is a market where I'm not saying anybody can win, but like it's not going to shock me if like Teoscar Hernandez like has like some big games and hits some big home runs, because we've seen that from him in the past. Or you look at some of the starting pitchers. If you get 2 good starts from Blake Snell, he's in the discussion as well.
Yeah, I like Mookie at 18-1 just from a value perspective. I mean, you're talking about a guy who can play as well as anyone at 18-1. This would be a straight value play for me. I don't want to bet Shohei at plus 165. There's not enough value there. So, and plus, there's a possibility they could avoid him if they're pitching to him. Maybe, I don't know. It's just too short for me.
Yeah, you can bet on Shohei to hit a home run at like plus 165.
Right.
Just do that. All right, coming up next, back to the NFL. It is a Teaser Tuesday. Time to give you the best teaser legs in the NFL this week. Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We're back on a Teaser Tuesday. It is October 21st here on the show. And so in a few minutes, I'll give you my favorite teaser options for this week in the NFL. And every time we post these, Jenks, and I say, who ruins my teaser? Most people are like, oh, that's a great teaser. Nobody ruins it. 2 teams ruined my teaser last week. And I feel like I was feeling pretty confident in this one. So last week we had the Colts plus 7.5 on the road to the Chargers. The Colts did their job. They won that game outright. Had the Falcons plus 9 against the Niners. They lost by 10. So we lost on that. And then the Bucks plus 10.5 against the Lions. Like, I thought the Bucks for sure had a chance to keep that within 10.5 points. They did not. So my point being is that teasers seem easy, but like betting on the NFL, it certainly is not. And I feel like there's a lot of things in life like that. I was making Halloween cookies yesterday.
Okay.
And you watch these Halloween baking shows and you watch them decorate the stuff. And you're like, oh, that's easy. Like, I'm pretty artistic, right? That is not easy. So, like, you're on the couch, you're like, that looks like a 3rd grader did that piping work. What an idiot. And then I try to ice a single cookie with a knife and, like, make the icing flat and not look like it has, like, waves in the ocean. And I can't even do that. Like, it looks so easy on TV, but decorating sweets is not easy.
Oh, I can't even cook. If I got a cookie out of the oven, I'd be like, look at these bad boys. I see me put icing on them. Like, look at this swirl that I put on. So you're better than I am. I'm a terrible cook. Like, I can cook. Like, I can follow a decent recipe. But if you want me to, you know how some people are, and they'll just grab like something like, I got some leftover pork. Ooh, here's some Frosted Flakes. I could crunch those up. That'd be a nice topping. Ooh, paprika. Perfect. Hold on. And then like whip something up. You're like, it's amazing. I cannot do that. I got to be like, here's the hamburger meat. Now you mix in the noodles. I'm a terrible cook.
Well, let the record reflect that I used place and bake cookie dough and I used the rolling pin to like cut the shape. So like I wasn't making my own cookie dough. Because, like, on those shows, they have to do everything from scratch, but also they probably have better tools than I do. Like, I was just using the standard-ish, like, icing that comes in, like, the little tube that's, like, cream cheese frosting and a butter knife. Meanwhile, they have, like, all these, like, fancy tops and, like, squeeze things. So maybe I didn't have the tools handy, but also nobody's ever taught me how to do these things. So maybe I can blame it on my mom as well, because we never did fancy decorating.
Self-taught cookie maker. You tell everyone that. Yeah, I'm self-taught. Nobody taught me. I just learned to do it myself.
This would be a great YouTube bit. The Daily Tip goes to a baking class.
That would be great.
Just have all of us at various different levels of baking, and then we have to learn how to use piping bags and things of that nature.
That's a good idea. Also, can we drink during this? That would be great. That'd be a blast.
A bacon sip.
A bacon sip. That is what I'm talking about.
I'll wear this, and they'll think
bacon sip with the Daily Tip.
You're like, so this guy's been smoking outside. A bacon sip would be awesome. Or we could go to
those cooking classes that use THC. Don't they have those? Like when I lived in Nevada, those were big. Like everybody wanted to cook with THC.
I bet that's right. That sounds about right. That'd be fun, though. I wouldn't mind that.
Bacon sip with the Daily Tip.
Yeah.
Let's make it happen, management. Put us in one of those classes now. If nothing else, just for the content. All right. So as I mentioned, it is a Teaser Tuesday. And unlike icing cookies, I do feel like at least I am more well-equipped to build teasers.
Chelsea is such a teaser.
All right. So every single week, I feel very confident in my teasers because, listen, you get 6 points in your favor and you say to yourself, oh, these NFL lines are so sharp. This is how you take advantage. So from a logic standpoint, the goal of this is to go through as many key numbers as possible because we know this is a thing in NFL betting. So I'm looking for numbers that go through 3, through 6, through 7. We're either teasing down 7-point favorites to 1, or we're going the other direction and we are playing like 3-point dogs or like, 1-point dogs to where we can go through a bunch of key numbers and do not tease through 0. My husband does this constantly, and Jenks, I want to strangle him. Don't do that. It's not worth it. There is no value in it. So this week's teaser is as follows. The Cowboys +9 on the road at the Broncos. Jenks, you should know because you got to watch the Cowboys offense up close and personal this week when they hung a 44 spot on your Commanders. I understand the Commanders defense is nowhere the strength of what we will see from the Broncos defense, but I also feel like this is the makeup of a team that is perfect for like backdoor covering. You know, if the Cowboys are down a bunch, they can still sling it and score points that do not matter in garbage time and cover this. So I like that. Next up on the teaser, we're going to go Falcons -1. To be clear, I'm not a huge fan of trusting the Falcons. I feel like they're a team that's very erratic, but of the options listed, so the Falcons 7-point home favorites against the Dolphins. The Dolphins feel like a terrible team right now to me, and plus the Falcons offense should have an easy time against the Dolphins defense that's terrible against the run. I think Bijan goes absolutely crazy. I do think the Falcons win at home. So they're -1 there. And then finally, the Patriots at home laying a mere point against the Browns. I understand that the Browns defense is very good, but the Patriots in that offense and what Drake May is doing, I'm not ready to say he's the next Tom Brady, but he is very, very good. So that is the teaser, Jenks. Cowboys +9 against the Broncos. Falcons -1 against the Dolphins. Patriots -1 against the Browns. Jenks, who ruins my teaser?
It can't be the Browns, right? No. That can't be right. Broncos? Maybe. Cowboys +9? Here's the thing. The Cowboys look great, but they can't stop anybody. They cannot stop anybody. And now the Broncos have all of that momentum because that incredible comeback against the Giants and the Cowboys are going on the road. Like, as good as the Cowboys offense is, let's remember that they're going up against a Broncos defense. Like, how are the Cowboys, I don't know. You get a few stops against the Cowboys, you can cover this number. So that would be, I would say the Cowboys are the one team that I would worry about based on the Broncos and their ability to shut down the Cowboys offense and probably to score at will.
See, here's where my theory was, is that I think that the Cowboys offense is good enough to contend with even top tier defenses. Like CeeDee Lamb, it feels unstoppable to me. Like Dak Prescott can sling it. George Pickens, is such a physical receiver and such a good downfield threat that, like, I'm not really worried about the Cowboys, scoring points. Maybe their defense is terrible, and maybe this is a breakout spot for the Broncos offense. But what we've seen from the Broncos offense for the most part of the season and outside of one quarter against the Giants is that it has not been lighting the world on fire. So I think that's where it starts for me, is that I'm not sure about this Broncos offense scoring a lot of points, even against a bad Broncos or a bad Cowboys defense, because, like, I saw them against my Titans. Titans aren't good. And the Broncos had trouble scoring in that game as well. So I think it's just the fact that I think the Cowboys have a great offense. And plus, it is 9 points. Again, I like these type of teams to cover, even backdoor cover some of these big numbers, because even in garbage time, the Cowboys can still sling it. And, like, that's what I like about the Cowboys. Let's talk about the Browns one for a second, because I will say this. Mike Vrabel came from the Browns coaching staff. I think people forget that he was, assistant on their staff before he went to the Patriots. So maybe there's some inside info there. But I just don't believe in the Browns offense. Like, I understand they put the absolute beat down on the Dolphins last week, but, like, who's not putting the beat down on the Dolphins? So I feel like, especially at home, this Patriots team is absolutely cruising. But I say this about my teaser every single week. Like, there's always one team where you just do not see it coming. And maybe it's the Patriots. Like, they have been cruising for a while and they have looked so good that maybe they're just due for a clunker.
Yeah, I think that with the Browns is that the Browns always have a possibility of maybe pulling an upset just because of their defense, because they have the ability to make the game a slog, and then they make the game a slog, and then what happens? Well, then they can maybe beat you on a field goal or something like that. And I don't want to say it's a letdown for Mike Vrabel, but it is kind of a letdown spot. Not because it's the Titans, but also because it's the Titans. Do you know what I mean? Any other week it wouldn't matter, but because of his history there, then there's not going to be quite the motivation. So I feel stronger about Dallas ruining the teaser than the Patriots because I love the way the Patriots are playing right now, and Drake May has been so good this season. I don't know if the Browns have the offense to keep up, but they certainly have the defense to kind of make it a rock fight and maybe pull off an upset. Don't see it happening, but that's the case for Cleveland.
Do you feel the same way as I do about the Falcons? To where it's like, I feel like they should be good, but sometimes they're just not. And, like, maybe it's because they're a young team and they have a young quarterback.
Yeah.
But, like, the Dolphins are really bad. But, like, the Falcons lost by 30 points in a game to the Panthers. So, like, that's the leg that I feel the least confident in.
Really? I feel fine about that. I think that's probably fine. I was looking at other legs that could possibly work. But.
All right, throw them out.
Well, I was going to say, it's a 7-point teaser, so it doesn't work. But I'm saying if you can get the Chiefs, I hate to fade my own team, but we've seen Washington, how they're trending. If you can do a 7-point teaser and fade the Chiefs down to -3 at Arrowhead, I mean, my God, I feel like that would be easy money. I hate to say it. I don't like talking smack about my own team, but also I'm a realist as well. It doesn't look good. But also that's Monday night and you're doing a 6-point teaser, so don't mind me. I'm just throwing things against the wall and seeing what sticks.
Well, I mean, you could put them in a 6-point teaser. Like the Chiefs -4 at home, the way they're playing.
Yeah.
I still have like this sneaking suspicion in the back of my mind that we will revert back to the Chiefs team that like wins close games. Do you get what I'm saying? Is that like, I always feel like they have the capability of like, no matter who the team is, it's like, oh, well, they're just going to like milk the clock and then like win on a last second field goal. They win the game by 2 points. But your reservations about your hometown team are certainly well received. Because based off that line, do we think Jaden Daniels plays? Probably not, right?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to.
We got to cheer up, Jenks. We got to cheer up Commanders fans. Well, maybe not next segment, because we will talk about the NFL as a whole. Greg Allman of Fox Sports stops by. That's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour on the show, we're going to talk NFL with Greg Allman, who covers pro football for Fox Sports. In 20 minutes, we're going to look at both games from last night on Monday Night Football. Bucs in Motown, Texans in Seattle. Plus, it is opening night in the NBA. We'll also give you our best bets and chat with the Doctor. That comes your way in 40 minutes. Welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour. If you want to stream with us, it's easy to do. Just go to BallySportsLive.com, and the Bally Sports Live app will hook you up as well. And we are also streaming our final hour on X. Let's bring him in and get right to it. Greg Allman, who covers the NFL for Fox Sports. Greg, thanks for being with us on this Tuesday. And let's start with what we saw last night. How big of a statement was that from the Lions, particularly defensively?
Yeah, defensively, I thought especially their secondary. I mean, I think the big talk going into the game was being down basically all 5 starters in their secondary, and for them to not only hold up but really take away the deep ball from the Bucs, I thought was impressive. Spoke a lot about Kelvin Shepard, their DC, and obviously the pressure up front was a given. But no, they look strong. They did exactly what they needed to kind of cover their vulnerabilities, their weaknesses there.
So what's the takeaway for the Tampa Bay Bucs here? Because it had been a Bucs team that was kind of riding high coming into this game. And from a betting standpoint, we saw, the Bucs are getting 6. What's going on here? But it just feels like in the NFL, eventually there's a game where a team kind of falls flat. Or do you think that there are larger issues at play when it comes to the Bucs moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is definitely Mike Evans breaking his collarbone, breaking his clavicle. I mean, for him to be out probably 2 months, they've had their share of injuries already, especially at receiver. And that one stings for fans, especially just because Mike had that streak of 1,000 yards receiving in 11 straight years. And this is kind of the first time you can now say that that's coming to an end. Hassan Reddick might be injured as well. We don't know that yet. We'll hear from Todd Bowles here within the hour. But no, this is one of those where, I mean, I had thought, you look at the power rankings, this was like 1 versus 2. On the road for the Bucs, you have to think is one of their toughest games of the year. Then they still go to Buffalo. They'll go to the Rams. But this was a tough one. I didn't think this was a game the Bucs would win, but did think it was one that they would hold things better. I mean, I think Mayfield had easily his worst game of the season. They had been so steady on offense. I think they'd scored 20 points or more in 20 straight games. I mean, long stretch in the NFL, and that definitely ended as well. I mean, 9 points. A lot of third down issues, a lot of fourth down issues. But again, Detroit's a really good team and played well under the circumstances against the Bucs.
Greg, I can't figure out the Eagles this season. So I don't know if they're good. I don't know if they're just kind of skating by on talent. They don't feel like they like each other very much. Did they get right last week?
It sure seems like it.
Yeah.
It's funny. I mean, it's one of those where Jalen Hurts, best thing you could say about Jalen Hurts in the first 6 weeks was that he wasn't making mistakes,
Mm-hmm.
and then he comes out, and as much as they had not done well with downfield passing and all, comes out with a perfect passer rating and throws for 320. We do a best of the week team at Fox, and it's like, I mean, we had Devontae Smith on there and really could have made a case to have A.J. Brown as the second receiver. I mean, he had 120 on 4 catches and a touchdown. So, yeah, they clicked in a way they haven't clicked. Obviously, they've had Dallas Goedert's kind of been their go-to touchdown guy. What stands out to me is that they're doing what they've done to this point without Saquon Barkley looking anything like the guy he was last year. Barely getting 3 yards a carry, just not the presence that I think some of that you can ascribe to offensive line injuries, them not being the same there. But yeah, from a passing standpoint, again, new offensive coordinator there. They're all kind of running the same offense, but definitely hadn't shown the kind of downfield presence they definitely had against the Vikings there.
Right, and speaking of juggernauts in the NFL, the Chiefs once again look like the cream of the crop. They are now the favorites to win the Super Bowl after a drubbing of the Las Vegas Raiders. So do you think this team is fully back to the offensive output that we kind of expected with Rashee Rice back in the fold?
Yeah, I mean, getting Rice helps. I mean, they went a while there without their best option, not just Rice. They were missing other parts. Mm-hmm. So to get him back and to see him as involved as he was is encouraging. I mean, it's one of those where I think even their losses, coming out of the gate with a slow first month, you still saw Mahomes as like a top 3 guy in the MVP board. And again, you're seeing why. They're coming back. They're really not at full strength yet. They're still kind of getting there. So I think you'll see they'll have a chance to, that AFC hierarchy, obviously with what we thought going into the year, Ravens we would have thought was right there. They're not a factor. Buffalo's certainly still right there. I think Indy is probably the surprise of the group, and they're going to have to, still validate what they're doing by beating good teams. So no, the Chiefs, it's kind of like they were lurking, and even when they weren't winning or playing well, you still kind of knew where they were and knew they'd be lurking. And it's like to think of them in the playoffs as a 4 seed or something isn't something we're used to, because so much of their playoff success has been in the home games. So it'll be fun to see where that changes and when they get back to being a top seed in the AFC, or are just dangerous, at 11-6 or something when this is done.
We're talking with Greg Allman, who covers the NFL for Fox Sports. Has also covered the Tampa Bay Buccaneers since 2013 as well. Greg, I know we didn't expect amazing things from the Jets this season, but how have things gone so wrong for Aaron Glenn where already this looks like a real mismatch?
Yeah, it's one of those where, they're not even being close right now. So they're winless and you don't know. I think they've got a couple of winnable games. It's hard to say winnable that seriously with the Jets right now, but a couple of games they could end that streak with coming up. I think you definitely have seen that, like, the culture hasn't kicked in yet. I think so much of Detroit was culture, and so much of that defense from Aaron Glenn was. And I think that's kind of stayed with Detroit right now. He hasn't been able to bring that to new personnel with the Jets. Definitely haven't seen the takeaways you expect from an Aaron Glenn defense. Offensively, they've made a change at quarterback, not really sure who their starter is. Had made a decent commitment to Justin Fields in terms of $30 million guaranteed. That's not anything you can't overcome by bad quarterback economy standards these days. But no, they're just, I think what they've stood out to me most as is just kind of being lackluster, just being a team that you don't know what they are, who they are. And yeah, it's surprising. I don't know that I saw them as competing or contending in the AFC East this year, but certainly had thought they'd kind of be a run-of-the-mill 2-5 right now, not 0-7.
Greg, since you have a history covering the Bucs, I wanted to ask you what Baker Mayfield has brought to this franchise, because it is not easy following the footsteps of Tom Brady. And obviously Baker is probably not going to fill those shoes, at the same rate, but still it feels like he has brought a swagger back to the Bucs. And we know that, last night was not his best showing, but like, what has he done for this locker room?
Oh, it's definitely his team. I mean, and I would have said this a year ago as well, but I mean, to think about, like you said, it takes a confident person to take over a team from Tom Brady. Baker's never lacked for confidence. I think what he's done best this year is just lowered his turnovers. Last year had this prolific season where he throws for 4,500 yards, 41 touchdowns, but also 16 picks, which tied to the NFL lead. And even now with a pick last night, he has 2, 7 games in. So just a real good progress that way in terms of limiting his mistakes. And that's with, again, multiple games without Mike Evans, multiple games without Chris Godwin, without Jalen McMillan. He's been shorthanded, and it's kind of like it doesn't matter who he's throwing to some extent. Their first 4 wins were all literally last minute wins. So his, I think swagger is a really good word that you use there. His confidence, I think this team has that Brady-like feel when he gets the ball late, because they believe in him and his ability to pull things out, even when they're shorthanded, they're on the road, they're facing tough situations. So I don't know if he'll sustain it for the whole year, but right now, I mean, up until last night, people were justified in talking about him as a top 3 MVP candidate. You come out and put a 9 on the scoreboard in primetime, that changes that a little bit, but I think he's handled things very well this year.
So, Greg, assuming that Mike Evans doesn't come back, and it looks like he probably won't, or if he does, it'll be the very end of the year. One thing we have seen from Baker is that he tends to elevate everyone around him. What is the ceiling for this Bucs team? And we sort of discount last night because you don't want to use a one-game sample size. What have you seen?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those where, for them to be 5-2 right now, their schedule gets a good deal easier. I mean, they have the Saints on the short week this week. That's an easy one. Then they have their bye. And then it's 3 tough games. I mean, they've got 3 tough ones there. But for the most part, I think they finished the season with Panthers, Dolphins, Panthers. I think this is a team that will still compete for a seed in the NFC. They've got a good lead in the NFC South. As long as they take care of Atlanta in the rematch on a Thursday in December, I think they're probably okay there. They definitely have their eyes on more than a division title. I think they're looking to be in a position to get beyond double digit, 10, 11, 12 wins, get a good seed in the NFC. Their success the last couple of years, I think they feel like winning the South 4 years in a row is a huge accomplishment. But the last 3 years, they've won playoff wins. So, I think that's something they need to change. And I think where they determine the success of this year will be in how far they go in the playoffs in January. Everybody keeps talking about if they get healthy. I don't know that they're going to get fully healthy. But again, it's reasonable to think that Mike Evans could be back and healthy for a playoff run. Chris Godwin could be back. Bucky Irving could be back. They're doing what they're doing without a lot of their best pieces on offense. So I think there's still the hope that if they can get themselves healthy, they can be a much better team than even what they've been in this 5-2 start.
It does feel like nobody ever wants to give the Bucs a lot of credit, and I don't know if it's because they're a mid-market team, if because they're in Tampa or whatever, but let me ask you to zoom out in the NFL. And is there another team that kind of fits that bill? Like, we're a betting show because we always look for, like, what team can we buy low on? Because it's October. We still have plenty of season left. Like, there's some teams like the Patriots you can get at 35-1 to win the Super Bowl. There are teams like the Colts who I feel like people still need to see more from them. What's a team you're buying low on right now?
Yeah, Patriots is not a bad call to see what they've been able to do, kind of get, win against the Bills. Drake May has definitely elevated where he's been. I don't know if I still think of them as a team that wins multiple playoff games, but they're definitely better than whatever the line was for their success in August. Colts absolutely are a team like that. Jonathan Taylor, low-key, 10 touchdowns, leading the NFL in rushing yards. Daniel Jones kind of just quietly getting it done. Colts are definitely the team right now. You probably see, I'm sure their line has already shifted quite a bit from where it was, but every win they have kind of validates things. I think they're number one in the league in point differential. So there's a little bit of actual winning with dominance as opposed to some of these teams that are, you got teams in the league that are like 5-2 and have negative point differentials, So I think what they've done to assert themselves and win the way they've won has been impressive to me. On the NFC side, I don't know who, in terms of talking about Super Bowl contenders, you point to next. The West is so hard to unravel because you have 3 teams now with the Niners, the Rams, and the Seahawks that are all at 5-2, all playing well. You saw Seattle again last night. Seattle was really impressive when you watch them. I don't know if it translates to January success, postseason success, but they're a really impressive team on both sides of the ball, and you can see things kind of coming together for Mike McDonald in his second season there.
You can check him out covering the NFL for Fox Sports. He's also covered the Tampa Bay Buccaneers since 2013. It is our friend Greg Allman. Greg, always love hearing your perspective, and thanks for being with us.
Hey, thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. What do you think, Chelsea? I think it's a good idea buying low on the Patriots. Man, I was wrong about the Patriots. I thought they were going to be terrible this year, but Mike Vrabel has them pointed in the right direction.
Duh. What a dagger, Jenks, to go from like Mike Vrabel as our coach of the Titans to watching him succeed elsewhere. Isn't this like the true definition of love? If you still root for somebody to be happy somewhere else, well, then maybe I don't love him because I'm not rooting for him. Like if they win a Super Bowl, that's going to be like the ultimate dagger. But here's the thing. It's not just Mike Vrabel. It's the talent they have on that team and what we've seen from Drake May. And maybe that's going to be the sabotage factor as well, because as well as Drake May is still playing, he is still a very young quarterback. And I think this is where my questions start when it comes to the postseason, because there is a difference between winning a lot of regular season games and having it in the postseason? Like, I think that's the questions people have about, like, the Seahawks and Sam Darnold and, like, the Colts and Daniel Jones. Are these quarterbacks you want to trust in the postseason? Because it does feel like a different conversation.
Yeah, until proven otherwise. As big as I am on these guys and what they've done and how impressive they've been in rejuvenating their careers, ultimately, you do have to do it in the postseason, so that is a fair question. Coming up next, we'll look back at what we saw in Motown last night, what we saw in Seattle, and it's Chelsea's favorite time of year. It's opening night in the National Basketball Association. You got to bet on it. That's the only thing on the card tonight. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip, and it is here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Daily tip on the BetMGM network. It's Tuesday. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Coming up on the show, the Lions rolled the Bucks in Motown, and we've got opening night in the NBA as well. Have you started looking at these numbers? Are you tired of me asking you about basketball? Do you want to do a preview?
Ooh. We're talking basketball.
Oh.
Blake loves that song. That song by Lil Bow Wow. Have you heard that song?
I thought that was Curtis Blow.
Oh, well, Lil Bow Wow redid it.
Oh, did he?
The iconic Lil Bow Wow.
Yeah. He had to change his name. They always do. You know, now it's just Bow Wow, right? What's Bow Wow doing? He's probably a millionaire.
I have no idea.
You know what I mean?
What is he up to?
I search for celebrities and net worth way more often than I should. And I don't know why. Bow Wow net worth. What's this guy doing now? Worth $1.5 million. All right. He's just kind of hanging out. Still making those residuals from back in the day.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I would imagine he has to still be rapping. It's just maybe he's just not popular anymore. I don't know. I did really love the movie Like Mike, where he played a basketball player.
I was in that.
We
I have
need some
not
more
seen
basketball movies. I feel like in the 2000s, we had a lot of basketball movies. Like, stupid basketball movies.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, we're probably not going to get another rendition of Joanna Man.
That's okay. We'll be all right.
But I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like they don't make as many sports movies anymore.
Yeah, I don't
Maybe
know why
they
that
just
is.
don't make as many movies in general. Like, it feels like they only make remakes of, like, Disney movies and superhero movies, because that's all people see these days. But we need more sports movies.
Maybe it's because there's so many documentaries right now where you get so much insider info and you get so much... You just get such insight into the inner workings of teams and relationships that sports movies don't have that pull that they used to because they're not as believable. Like before, when you didn't get that insight, you were like, oh my God, is this what it's like? Or this is what I imagine this locker room interaction to be, or this is the inspirational speech I think that would be given. And then now that you see it so often, whether it's Hard Knocks or whatever, you're like, oh, I don't believe this. I can watch a documentary and see the real thing. I don't know. Maybe that's one theory.
I do think that, like, the documentaries play well, and here's the other thing. It just feels to me like sports themselves are more entertaining than, like, written dramas about sports. You get what I'm saying? Because you truly don't know the ending. Unless you believe in the script writers at the NFL, which that's another story. So it's one of those things where it's like the people who like sports are busy watching real sports as opposed to watching, you know, actors portray, you know, athletes, which I will say this. Chad Powers, that is out with Glenn Powell, Longhorn.
That's right.
I have not watched that, but it's on my to-do list.
Well, let me know. If it's good, I'll watch it. I'll watch my guy, Glenn. He's like the new Matthew McConaughey. Like, we had Matthew McConaughey for a long time, and now they're easing in Glenn Powell, like the newest, like, Longhorn heartthrob to work in before every game and do all of the voiceovers for the videos. It's interesting to watch. Interesting to watch the Lions ripping the Bucks last night? I don't know. I thought we'd get a better game. Detroit all over Tampa, 24-9. The Lions laying 6 there, minus 275 on the money line. Total set at 53, the under hits, and my goodness, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Glad I'm not a DB.
Right up the gut, there goes Gibbs. Foot race. Winfield can't get there. Touchdown, Lions.
Showbuck on ESPN, that 78-yard run in the second quarter, part of a 218 career-high yards from scrimmage, including 136 yards on the ground, 3 catches for 82 yards for Gibbs as well. He becomes the first NFL player with at least 135 yards rushing and 80 yards receiving to go along with 2 scores since Chris Johnson did it with Tennessee back in 2009. Jared Goff, 20 of 29, 241 yards, a touchdown pass to Amon-Ra St. Brown. The Lions have now won 51 straight games without losing 2 straight. in the regular season. And we were both wondering, why is this line going to 6? Why are the Bucs getting 6 points? And now we know.
Big sigh.
Yeah.
We were not correct on this one, Jenks. But listen, man, this Lions offense looked so good and so fast last night. Like, I think it's just one of those offenses that can make even good defenses look terrible. Just because, like, if Jahmyr Gibbs gets past, like, the first line of scrimmage, it just feels like good luck catching him once he has his wheels turning. Because he looks like a literal cartoon character out there where you're watching, you're like, is this Looney Tunes where his legs are just a continuous circle? But I think that in the NFL, it's really tough to have a stretch of like dominance where you're just winning every single game. And it felt like eventually that was going to come for the Bucs. Like we had been trying to predict it for like the last few games because it had situationally been a tough stretch for the Bucs. Like we talked about this. Like they started with a loss to the Eagles, very physical game. They go out and play in a barn burner and an absolute shootout against the Seahawks in Seattle. They come back home. They beat the Niners. So I think it's one of those things where it's just the wear and tear of playing in like all these like close games and physical games. And then it certainly doesn't help when you lose Mike Evans in the first quarter of this game because like the Bucs had been doing all this without a bunch of their, top receivers. But then you have Mike Evans come back in the game. You're like, great, Mike Evans is back. Only for him to be out with a broken collarbone. He's going to be out for a while in the first quarter. So like that had to be an absolute dagger, and you need all of your weapons healthy if you're going to compete in a track meet with the Lions.
Yeah, it wasn't good. And he could possibly be back, suffered a concussion as well. So he could possibly be back at the end of the season, which I know Tampa is hoping for because Evans is one of the greatest to ever do it. But we'll have to wait on that. As for the Lions, perfect win for them because they still had an interception, a fumble, turnover on downs, missed field goal. And when I say that, I mean coaches love games like this where you say, we were good, but we can be even better. And they can be. Also, I saw this stat after the show yesterday. I was like, ooh, wish I'd known that. After a loss, the Lions have covered 11 straight spreads. 11-0 against a number after a loss. Didn't realize that yesterday. Lions have also won 5 straight on Monday Night Football. Up next, the Bucs visit the Saints on Sunday. The Lions are on the bye. How about last night in Seattle? The Seahawks downing the Texans 27-19. Seahawks laying 3. They were minus 175 on the money line. Total set at 41. The over hits. And how about this connection? We've seen it before.
The way the offense is playing in this environment could be trouble. And right for the end zone. And scoring and dunking is Jackson Smith-Njigba. Flags down afterward for the celebration. But Darnold strikes to JSN.
Chris Fellow with the call on ESPN. JSN, 8 catches, 123 yards, 1 dunk. He now leads the NFL with 5 100-yard games this season. Second player in franchise history to rack up 3 straight 100-yard games. Seattle moves to 5-2. The Texans just can't really do anything right, and C.J. Stroud got sacked 3 times, Chelsea. I needed this one to come home. I was staring at an 0-4 night right in the face. Went 1-2-1 instead. But I felt like this line was short, and we're still not giving Seattle credit for being as good as they are. This is a very good 5-2 football team.
Right, and especially at home against a Texans team where it feels like if we're scoring more than 20 points, like the Texans don't really have a chance. Like they need to be playing in rock fights. It was not the case. When you have a Seahawks team with a quarterback like Sam Darnold who can absolutely sling it. I know it wasn't his best game last night, but still the way that they can score in a hurry with JSN and that down the field threat, it just feels like a more complete team because the defense, deserves their flowers as well. Holding this Texans team to a pedestrian 19 points and getting those sacks and the pressures on C.J. Stroud, even though the Texans offensive line has been bad for quite some time now. So for me, it just feels like a Seahawks team that, like you mentioned, is not getting a ton of love in the betting market. But at some point, you have to see what, the Seahawks team is doing as a whole and say, okay, maybe it's time to realize they're one of the better teams in the NFC. If you want to have your questions about the Seahawks maybe in the postseason, I think that is fair. But as far as regular season games go, this is still a damn good team.
Yeah, they really are. Sam Darnold, again, very effective. Had that one strip sack where He got sacked in the end zone, fumbled it. Will Anderson recovered it, so that was one of the touchdowns for the Texans. But Houston never really in this game. And, man, they just don't protect C.J. Stroud at all. He's been dropped 18 times this season, Chelsea, and that's an issue that goes back to last year. So I know C.J. Stroud hasn't necessarily stepped up from his rookie season, but also you got to get some sort of protection on that line, and they just don't have it right now, so he doesn't have any time. And when he does, even then, that line is leaky. So they've got to do something to repair that offensive front if they want C.J. Stroud to improve.
Yeah, or C.J. Stroud needs to watch game film from, Joe Flacco. Just get it out quick. Do little slants or something, because you have to work with the pieces in front of you. You can't just wish upon a star and be like, I hope this offensive line will get better, because it ain't. So I don't know if it's the play calling or what, but I just feel like it's a Texans team that showed some flash, and I do think C.J. Stroud is a good quarterback. It's just the team and C.J. Stroud have not taken that next step in the years after his rookie season. So it's not just him, it's the team around him. The defense is still really good. And I think that's the disappointing part if you're a Texans fan, is that you have so much talent on this Texans defense. Will Anderson, freak athlete. You look at Derek Stingley Jr. on the secondary, and this is the number one scoring defense in the NFL. You would think, okay, if we can play in rock fights, we have a good chance because we do have a good defense, but you're just not winning the games.
No, certainly not. Next up, the Texans host the Niners, so another tough task. In front of them, the Seahawks have a bye week. Well, here we go, Chelsea. You've been waiting for it. It's opening night in the NBA. Thunder and Rockets.
Basketball.
Basketball. Here we go. Thunder laying 6.5. It's a ring ceremony tonight. Defending NBA champions. Thunder minus 285. Rockets are plus 230. Your total is 227.5. I'm still getting accustomed to that. Oklahoma City, your world champions. Oklahoma City. Remember last year, and some people were like, it needs to be an asterisk by Oklahoma City. I'm like, what are you talking about?
What?
Yes, because Tyrese Halliburton got injured. And they're like, there needs to be an asterisk. I'm like, okay, just log off. They earned it. But are they going to cover 6.5? Do you like a total here? You have to bet on the NBA because we don't have any baseball tonight, at least not until Friday when the World Series takes place. Game 1. What's going to happen in this game?
Oh, I don't know, Jenks. And here's the thing. From a betting standpoint, I will not be taking sides in NBA games because, listen, it's the first of the year. We already have players on, load management, and it just feels like too volatile of a market for me. I'm sure people can make great cases for sides, but I do think in the NBA, player props are usually the way to go because these guys are going to get their looks. I know that we are in a football perspective and a baseball perspective, but in the NBA, it just feels like the floor is higher for some of these star players when you look at their props, and say, okay, there is no way that this X star player is not involved in the offense, at least somewhat. So what I'm going to do tonight is a player prop parlay, which I know sounds like a lot, and I still kind of hate it. But from this first game, I'm going to take Alperen Sengun, 15-plus points, and combine it with Luka Doncic, 25-plus points in the other game. Because here's the thing for the Rockets. Fred VanVleet is out, which means Alperen Sengun is probably going to do a lot of the heavy lifting. They're going to go with the jumbo lineup to try to compete with the Thunder tonight as far as the Rockets go. And Alperen Sengun, I know a lot of people are not super familiar with him, but in the fantasy world and with props, he's been a really good player to target just because he's not one of those brand name guys where you have to play super high numbers on him. So you look at Sengun last year, he averaged 18 points a game against Oklahoma City and 19 points a game overall. So 15 plus feels like a low number for him to get, especially first game of the season with no Fred VanVleet.
Yeah, I'm curious how the Rockets offense is going to operate without VanVleet because he might not have the name recognition that a lot of the other guys have. But, man, he was the guy that made that offense run last season. And it's so tough to handicap a game like this because of the addition of KD, because VanVleet is not playing this season. Then you look at the Thunder, and they were the best covering team in the NBA last year, which we know. They were 74-38-1 against the number. But also we've seen money come in on the Rockets. This number was sitting at Oklahoma City minus 7.5. Now it's sitting at minus 6.5. And then elsewhere out late tonight, we get the Warriors and Lakers. In LA, Golden State laying 2.5. They're minus 145 on the money line. Lakers are plus 120. Total set at 225.5. I'm just going to say it right now. This line doesn't make any sense at all. LeBron is not playing for the foreseeable future, and Golden State is only laying 2.5 on the road. I think Luka Doncic is going to go off. I think you take the Lakers on the money line or Lakers plus 2.5 and be on the right side here because we keep seeing money come in on Golden State, and that line is not moving at all. Coming up next year on the show. All right. Chelsea's already giving you a little tidbit of what she's thinking about tonight in the NBA. I'm going to go hockey and maybe a little soccer parlay as well. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is a Tuesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back. Did y'all hear that LeBron's a fake? He's never seen The Godfather. So Russ does. I'm Jake. She's Chelsea. Best bets coming your way. Dogster as well. You know, when you asked that question early in the show, what's something that seems easy but is difficult to do? And I was thinking about this. I have a hard time with this, is saying no to tipping culture. Because when I see the pop up for, do you want a tip? And I'm like, this coffee's expensive anyway. And then the most egregious thing I've seen or heard is that I told you the lovely Catherine went to look at another wedding dress over the weekend. And she got the second one, is going to resell the first one like it retails. So it's going to be fine. But this saleswoman, who has gotten a really nice chunk of change, like her cut from selling both of these dresses, as Catherine is checking out, she was like, yeah, they asked me if I wanted to leave a tip. And I'm like, I think they're all right. And she felt bad. I'm like, listen, I'm all about helping people out. But they already get a cut of that sale because that's their job. And then you leave a tip on top of that. Yeah, the commission. And it's already super expensive anyway. I'm like, I wouldn't feel bad about that.
We need to draw some sort of line because It used to be if there are workers who their wage depends on their tips, those are the people you should be tipping. Servers who are making, I don't know what it is now, but it used to be $2 an hour, where they literally have to have tips to make a livable wage. But these people who are working on hourly wages, where they have a baseline where they're making $14 an hour, $20 an hour, or, whatever, especially when you don't even get out of the car. It's I am not tipping in the drive-thru. This person didn't even look at me in the face. There was no eye contact. So you're right. People take advantage of this just because they know so many people are just shamed into doing this.
Yeah.
But sometimes what I'll do is this, is if you go to a fast casual place and they take your order at the stand or whatever, and then they bring it out, I'll be like, okay, however many trips they have to take, I'll tip them $1 per trip. Because sometimes I would do that. When I was in college, back when drink prices were cheap, I'd be like, okay, we tip $1 per drink at the bar. If somebody hands me a beer, it's $1 per beer. So I don't know with inflation, what that would be now. It's just, you're right. We need to set a level or a standard, because right now it's the Wild West.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm going to start sending our guests Venmo requests. Yeah, it's a pretty good question about the Eagles, right? If you could just send me a couple bucks, that'd be great. What?
15, 20?
Yeah, I've been working hard today. Yeah, I've been working really hard. So if you could just, send me at least 20%. Here you go. Here's my Venmo. Chelsea would like something as well. She has some really good questions too. So just so you know. Yeah, that drove me crazy. I'm like, she's getting a lot of money. So I'm not trying to be a cheapskate, but at the same time, you got to draw the line somewhere. Do you know what I mean? At some point, okay, all right, enough. One thing I can never get enough of, bet sweats. Oh, I can't wait to hear what Joe O and Sammy P are coming up with next. They're going to talk about both Monday Night Football games. I'm sure they have something on the upcoming World Series. Game 1, Friday night, Blue Jays and the Dodgers. And, of course, little NBA as well, opening night tonight in the association. All right, Chelsea, I know. It's tough. We got to bet on something. I mean, I try to get creative here, so this is going to be some fun. Here's who we are going with tonight.
Time to place your bets.
Well. Look at this bet. Do it.
Oh, I feel like that episode of The Office where they're in front of Kevin and they try to make him eat a vegetable and they're like, you will eat this broccoli. He's like, no. So they're making me bet on the NBA tonight. So we keep it 100 on this show. I do not love betting on the NBA, especially at the start of any season. It's just more difficult to handicap. But here's what we're going with. Since I don't really want to trust the side in some of these games, I'm going to go with a player prop parlay. So what we're going to do is we're going to combine two of the star players in each game, and we're going to combine their points prop. So I'm going to start with the first game for the Houston Rockets. We're going to go with Alperen Şengün, 15-plus points in that game against Oklahoma City. So the Rockets do not have Fred VanVleet, and Şengün was a main contributor to the offense last season, averaging 19 points per game and averaged 18 points per game against Oklahoma City. So 15, you'd think, would be a very gettable number. Then you go to the late slate, and we have Luka Doncic, 25-plus points. Luka averaged well over this last season at 28 points a game. He averaged 31 against Golden State. No LeBron playing in this game. I think Luka loves the spotlight. This is the marquee game of the night against Golden State. So I think he scores at least 25 points. So you combine those, Alperen Şengün, 15-plus points. Luka Doncic, 25-plus points. You combine those, and it's minus 122. So that's as creative as I could get for being forced to bet on the NBA.
Nice. I like it. I think it's a good bet. So you spelled it out well. Good luck tonight. Be nice to finally get a win in basketball. I mean, I say finally. It's the first night. But I remember last year it took me like a couple weeks. Like I had 4 or 5 basketball bets, and it was like, no. So maybe you'll be one of one tonight. Okay, let's get creative. Stars -1 tonight, -137, hosting the Blue Jackets. It is time for the Stars to get back on the right side after losing 2 straight. But we're talking about one of the elite teams in the National Hockey League and a guy who has been a money maker on this show, Jake Ottinger in net. Last season, 36-18, a goals against average of 2.59. Columbus might be able to hang around for a while, but their defense is bad. Thus far, they're allowing 3.4 goals per game. Elvis Merzlikins, who is a guy I fade on a regular basis, has already allowed 7 goals in his last 2 games alone. Dallas on home ice tonight, -1 is -137. Let's go, stick and puck.
I got to check in on the Avalanche and see what they're up to since
You're
now
an
I'm a fan. Since I got that 10-cent T-shirt at Lucky Bundle. Ooh, 5-0-1. They must be pretty good. Looks like I picked the right team.
Why aren't you, when are you going to wear that and start repping the Avs? And you can be the hockey gal on this show.
Yes, but only for the Avs. I bleed Avalanche blue. I don't know what color they are.
Yeah, they're kind of blue. And yes. You're getting a little nod from D-Day over here. Yeah, that'll work. Sure. They have some blue.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. It's kind of a lighter
I probably
blue.
should rock the Preds, but we got that T-shirt on clearance for 10 cents. 10 cents, Jenks. This was originally like a $56 like sweatshirt, so I gotta wear it one of these days.
Oh, I thought it was $10. It's 10 cents?
10 cents. The store was going out of business.
Oh my God. Avs fan for life then. Okay.
Right?
Yeah, for life.
It was a dime.
A dime? Come on. Kidding me?
I used my credit card and they were like, come on, man.
No, you didn't. You used a credit card?
It was 10 things for $1. And like, I don't carry change. So I got 6 things. So my grand total was 66 cents with tax.
And you pay for that with a credit card.
My credit card. I didn't have any other money.
They lost money on that transaction. You knew that. Because of the surcharge.
Well, they're already going out of business.
Well, I guess it's like, whatever. Bankrupt anyway. Swipe. Okay. Here's one for you. Barcelona money line plus the Islanders on the money line. Oh, yeah, it's -129. League phase of the Champions League. Barca's taking on Olympiacos. Come on. Barcelona have scored the most goals in the league, averaging 2.88 goals per game. Olympiacos scoreless in its last 2 matches. So, easy win for Barcelona. Then back to the ice. Islanders are hosting the Sharks. If you don't know anything about hockey, just know this. San Jose sucks. I mean, really sucks. Going back to last year, they've lost 16 straight games. Isles have won 2 straight. They've scored 9 in those 2 wins. Isles are at home tonight, so Barcelona money line. Islanders on the money line, -129. Let's get a couple dubs tonight on the ice and on the pitch.
Well, they're no Avalanche, but these do sound like good bets. So, Avs girl for life.
Avs for life. Okay, before we get to Sammy P, who's logged in ready to go, let's talk with the doctor. What's going on with him? Doctor.
I'm so sick and tired of the limu emu.
What?
Oh.
I have it on good authority. He's riddled with diseases.
How? I didn't know you had beef with other mascots.
Dad, of course I do. And don't get me started on that Geico Gecko. I have it on good authority. He doesn't pack a punch, if you know what I mean.
Okay. Well, let's have a play.
Thunder! Minus 6.5, hosting the Houston Rockets.
Okay. Coming up next, the guy we can always rely on. No beef here. Sam Panayotovich, co-host of Bet Sweats, looking great. Sammy P, good morning.
So much hockey, so little time. I log in, thanks to just fire and pucks, Chelsea.
Let's go. Let's go. Somebody's got to do it.
I'm not a hockey gal, but I did get an Avalanche t-shirt for 10 cents. So now I'm an Avs fan. I don't even know what colors they rock because the shirt is gray. But that's going to be my team this year.
Avalanche is spelled wrong or whatever. It's like the shirts they always get rid of at the end of the year.
The Timu version?
It has no E at the end. It's just Lanch or CH. Just leave off the E.
Very funny.
I don't know.
I've got a couple shirts like that.
I don't know that much about them.
Oh, that's all right.
No, it's a licensed t-shirt. It was originally $56, and I got it at this place called Lucky Bundle that was going out of business for 10 cents. So I got it. Do you think it's stolen valor to wear a t-shirt of a team that you're actually not a fan of?
Stolen valor seems like a lot. So no, I don't think so. I mean, it's sports. It's not that serious, right? If you want to wear an Avalanche shirt that you got for 10 cents, by all means. It's a free country sometimes, right?
Sometimes it is. You look close. The top it says Arizona Avalanche. You're like, oh, wow. Now I see why it was 10 cents. Sammy P, you look great. Have a great show. We're out of time on this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Oh, we love our hockey and we love our basketball. Good luck in your bets. Have a great Tuesday. See you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome into Bet Sweats. Tuesday morning, Joe O, Sammy P had a couple of NFL games that we need to dissect. And, of course, we have a World Series representative from the American League side. Happy Tuesday. We've got Heisman Watch coming your way in about 20 minutes. It's a Tuesday, so we're going to break down the futures, all the movement that we've seen, whether it be the team. Oh, man, every week. Big movement. Even that team playing late last night, big movement on them. Certainly something worth noting that we've been talking about for a long time and neither of us have ever bet. So we'll talk about the futures, the awards. Michael Felder will be here. That will be a fun visit. So will Will Brinson. Maybe we'll play a game or two along the way over the next 3 hours. How sweaty was it? You jumped in on Toronto. Someone told you to jump in on Toronto. You did just that. And then you get the comeback, the home run you heard right there.
It was also sweaty because I found myself on the under. We had talked about it on the show.
So did I.
You gave it out for lightning bets. I did not, but I bet it. And I thought, oh, it's 3-1. This is a dead under. And then Springer, pow. And then you got to sweat 4-3 for the last third of the game. How about the line drive to first base that Naylor just snags and then tags the bag for the line drive double play? Everything had to go right to keep that thing under 7.5.
Mm-hmm.
That was a sweat. The Jays World Series bet was a sweat that is still alive and now need 4 more wins. I slept all afternoon, though, yesterday. I woke up, did you bet or you bet, went back to bed, and then I was up all night because that's how it works. I told you I was going to sleep during Monday Night Football. I woke up at a couple weird times. I woke up when Mike Evans was like lying on the field dead.
Oh, jeez.
And the NFL rules analyst is like, to be clear, he did not catch the ball. I'm like, he's
Nobody
not
cares.
breathing. You know,
Nobody cares.
Can we not do this right now? Can we just go to commercial? Can we show something else? I don't want to watch an NFL superstar laying on the field dead. Like, nobody wants that. And they just keep the camera on him, and then they're explaining how it's not a catch. And I'm like, that is so strange. That is not television that I think that people want to see. But the NFL did it anyways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he was out with a hamstring for a while. Comes back. Concussion, collarbone, you name it. It's been 12 years now. He was setting all those records. He's got like every Bucs receiving record that you could think of. When I see that he's 32, I'm like, oh, I thought he was a lot older. It felt like he was older, but he was young when he came into the NFL. And it's a little different now. They're a little bit older because there's reasons to stay in college a little bit longer. I think he should be done. It's not me to say. It's his career. It's his life. But at this stage of 12 years, he just comes back from one injury. Now it's at least a couple of more. And then Bowles is saying after the game that, yeah, it'll probably be at the end of the season if he's able to come back. It's been a lot. I mean, he's put in his time. I don't know that he has to continue. It's obviously his choice. It's his life. It's his family. But we may have seen the end of Mike Evans' career.
$155 million career earnings.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's done okay. Assuming he's saved some of that. Obviously, you lose a ton to Uncle Sam, as we all do. But what more do you have to prove? I feel like every time I watch a Bucs game, and I don't watch a lot of them, you and I have all the games. We have Sunday Ticket. We watch basically everything under the sun. I feel like the last 4 Buccaneers games I've watched, he's gotten hurt in. And I feel for the guy because he's only 32. You're right. I thought he was a lot older. Maybe in doggy years I was viewing his career. It's just he's been in the league 11 years now, and he's been hurt for a ton of those. And you hope that he's okay because that was a vicious hit, and he's just laying there. and the medical staff is like trying to shake him to consciousness, and you're like, this is not good.
Yeah, it was awful. You mentioned that sweat that you had, not only with the future, and then we're sweating the under. And I also went in after the first inning when it was 8.5. I'm like, oh, I'm going to grab a little bit more. So I feel good about this.
Double dip.
That was you're right. That was a real sweat. You're bottom of the 8th, first and third, nobody out, and they don't score. It was ridiculous. It was the play that you needed. I think the color commentator was saying, well, you don't want to get doubled up here. That's why they're not taking second base right now. Like, and then boom, next pitch gets doubled up in a different fashion on a liner to first. So that was fun. And like, I was in a trick spot because I know for my Dodgers futures, the better opponent is Seattle for me. Me to be more likely to win, it's Seattle. Toronto's favored to win last night, and we know how scary that offense can be. But I also needed the under to hit. So, like, once Springer homers, like, I'm locked in. Okay, I need no more runs if I want these bets to hit tonight. And, you know, it doesn't put me in the better spot, but I think the Dodgers are so good, it doesn't matter. I took a look at where the Blue Jays were preseason. What's your first guess? Because you jumped in late. What was your first guess on AL pennant? Where were they before the year?
Before the season, AL pennant probably 30-1.
That's a good guess. 25. I saw that was a range I saw, 25 to 30. Because remember, obviously the Yankees are runaway favorite in that division, and there was some love on some other teams in the AL East. World Series. What do you think it was?
60, 65, 70?
75.
Wow,
man, that'd be a nice ticket. Dodgers, right? And then here we sit. This is your World Series matchup. If the for the American League for everybody, it was those teams were bumped up for World Series because you probably have to face the Dodgers. And this is the situation we're at. It's the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. I think it's going to be a pretty good series, man. Springer, obviously the hero last night. They kept saying it. I didn't understand the thinking completely. Why did Wu have to come out? And I'm not trying to be the guy with, I got the results in hand. That was a dumb call because it was the wrong result. I'm not saying that at all. As they were saying it in real time, like, well, Wu's got to go. You know Wu's going. All right. They got through the bottom of the lineup. Wu's going to come out. And they did that. I just didn't understand why. Wu had faced Springer, and he struck him out the first time around. And then what happens? First hitter, ball game, World Series changer. Springer with the home run. I didn't think that was going to happen. I wasn't sitting there predicting it or betting on it live time, but Wu did a great job coming in. I didn't understand why he had to exit.
Overmanaging. That's what it is. You have this happen to several franchises in the postseason. There are several teams, too, that trusted their starters a ton. Like, let's let them go 6-7 innings, and then in the playoffs, we're going to pull them in the third. Or let's start Andy Ashby again, right? Like, game 4, do or die, Ashby. Let's put Ashby out there.
Put our careers on him. Yeah, let's do that.
I don't know why it happens. I think it's the pressure of the postseason. I would just let my best guys go. I don't care, but some guys do, and they don't want hitters to see the same guy 3 times. Yeah. Some of them don't want them to see him 2 times in the playoffs, which
twice
has changed. Yeah, has changed the way that guys manage in the postseason. I don't get it, and I think Seattle will be thinking about that for a long, long time.
Yeah. Remember, trade deadline. What was the hot team? What was the hot bet? Everybody shoving Seattle. Seattle. Oh, you got to take Seattle. Look at that bullpen now. You got to jump on Seattle. And what did them in, not that they did anything wrong. I mean, they make it to the ALCS Game 7. But look at the difference between the two teams. Toronto's lineup's just better. They're just longer. Everybody in that starting lineup for the Jays last night got a hit. You would think they would have scored more runs, but everybody got a hit. And then you look at Seattle, like, yes, they improved the lineup throughout the season with some moves that they made. They extended it a little bit, but you got Julio and Raleigh 1-2. Why? Because you want them to get the most at-bats, and those are the 2 guys at homer last night. But the bottom 3, it was like you have to give up an inning. That's what you're doing because they were so bad. The bottom three are like automatic outs. And so they come up a little bit short. You see that length with the Jays, and you just didn't get it out of the Mariners.
Series price, I'm looking right now. Your consensus is about minus 230 for the World Series. Of course, the Dodgers favored. The Dodgers are the better team with the better lineup and the deeper pitching staff. So how do the Jays win it? Well, they need Vladdy to continue to be Vladdy. He was awesome in that series. He needs to keep carrying the mail because if he doesn't hit, I hate to say this, but if he doesn't hit, I don't think they can win. The Dodgers have proven they can win when Ohtani doesn't hit, if Freeman has a bad series. It feels like everything has to calibrate accordingly, and all of the big thumpers for the Blue Jays have to hit and hit some more. Where the Dodgers are so deep, you need a cold spell to cover the lineup. You need multiple guys to have bad series, where Toronto doesn't feel like it can afford any of their best players to have a down series.
Yeah, exactly. I would certainly add Springer to that list, and that was the case last night. That's why they ended up winning the game. All right, Monday Night Football, first game. We were on Detroit, and I was a little worried because everybody was on Detroit, but we still stuck with it, gave it out during Lightning Bets, the -6, and the Bucks do not get into double digits. 24-9. It was that bounce-back performance we were hoping out of Detroit. So the Lions cover the 6. This goes way under the total. Way under, only 33 points scored in the game. The standout thing to me, Sam, was Gibbs. I mean, this is the best run defense in the NFL in the Bucks. Has been for years. And Gibbs doesn't matter. Montgomery had his struggles, but doesn't matter with Gibbs. Career high. He goes 218 total yards on the ground, through the air. Impacted that game in a number of ways. Last night was about Gibbs for me.
2 touchdowns as well. People love touchdowns, and he was, I believe, the most popular bet, Paul was saying yesterday, to score a touchdown, and he gets in early. This is going to be such a fun race between Gibbs, Jonathan Taylor, Christian McCaffrey. These guys are all balling right now. I would argue McCaffrey's been more valuable, wink, wink, because of everything that's gone south around him. But Jahmyr Gibbs could not be stopped. And they're feeding him the ball. 20 touches. I thought he should have had more, to be honest with you. But you're in such control that you don't have to run him into the ground. If I would have told you Baker Mayfield threw 50 passes last night, how many yards do you think he'd have? Probably a little bit more than 228, huh?
Yeah, probably more than 300. Probably like Herbert the other day when he was throwing it all day. And he had 420. Didn't have a good game, but he had 420 yards. So you're just going to ignore JSN? You're just going to throw out those names for OPOY and just ignore my guy? Huh? My 80-1 ticket?
I was bringing up running backs for the most part. I had the JSN under last night. I was like, I don't think that's going to hit. I was laughing, though, because I thought, that's the play that's going to swing it. When the Seahawks are up 2 scores and they decide, let's let Cooper Kupp throw a pass.
In the pick? Yeah, I know.
You're in total control. And then they run the wide receiver reverse pass, and Kupp throws one to JSN, airmails him, and it gets picked off. I'm like, ooh, I might have a chance here. And I didn't, because he got 14 targets, caught 8 of them, $120. That game, I don't think it was as close as the final score indicated, or maybe it shouldn't have been. Like, the fact that game was close was weird, because Seattle felt like they were in total control for most of the way.
Because they were. Okay, so like, how often do you see, I'm sure there's a stat out there, maybe you guys, somebody can find it. How often do you see this where the Texans are +3 in the turnover differential? The Texans score a defensive touchdown because Will Anderson falls on the ball in the end zone after a fumble. So you got a defensive touchdown, you're +3 in the turnover, and you still lose by multiple. But no, it ended up being a 1-score game. But you still lose by a touchdown. You lose by 8. That's unbelievable. That's how bad the Texans offense is right now. Tough matchup for both sides. That was big for JSN. I said it was big for Gibbs. Tough matchup. He shines. Same thing for JSN. Baker. Some people have cornered the market with him for MVP. That didn't help. Prime spot on the road. against the Lions. Everybody's watching. That did not help things. We'll go over it later to see how much he fell. But remember, he was top 3 for MVP last week.
Not anymore. JSN 5-1 offensive player, by the way. I know we'll talk about some of these markets later. Taylor 105, JSN 5-1, McCaffrey 550. Buckle up.
Here we go. Yeah, a lot of these awards races, they're going to be good. Pick your side. All right, we're going to pick our sides with the Heisman Watch. What the hell do you do now? Who's really even in this race? We'll talk about it on the other side. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Which means it's time for our weekly Heisman Watch. Who's rising? Who's falling? And is there a play to be made? It's Heisman Watch on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Russ asked the question, is there a play to be made? Great question. If somebody has a recommendation, I'd love to hear it. I'm as confused as ever. And here we sit in the middle of conference play. Still have a good amount of the season to go, and you would think that you would have some clarity as the season marches on, but things have been more confusing. We do this every Tuesday morning, your Heisman Watch here on BetSweats. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. We're here weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern Time. BetMGMNetwork.com. That takes you to the Odyssey app, the BetMGM Network, YouTube, and Twitch pages. Make sure you are subscribed over there. Some good stuff, especially coming out on YouTube throughout the day from the network. Gertch always posts a couple videos from this show. All right, Sam, I took a look back at it. I'm like, all right, let's go week by week. See the favorite. All summer, it's Arch. Oh, it's going to be easy. It's going to be Arch. Took a ton of money. When you see the liability, when the books post that on their social media platforms, our top 3 liability, Arch is there because he compiled so many tickets over the summer. It was Arch all off season. Then after the first week, Nussmeier is the favorite. Then we go to Mateer. From Mateer to Beck. Then it's Mendoza. Then it's Moore. Then it's Beck again. And going into last Saturday, Friday, Saturday, it was Beck and Simpson as co-favorites. And we know that's changed once again. The Heisman favorite has changed literally every week this season so far. And who's to say that it's going to start stopping now?
Which quarterback in the country do we trust the most? Remind me.
None of those guys.
No. It's the Vandy quarterback, Diego Pavia. Russ wanted a bet. It'd be Pavia at 11-1 right now. That would be the guy. They just beat LSU. They were favored for the first time since after World War II, 1948. And now they're favored again at home against Mizzou. And if they win that game, you're going to start to hear it louder and louder. And here's the one thing that we've always known about Pavia. He's a media darling. The press loves him. His story's outstanding, where he started, how he transferred a bunch of times, and now he's an SEC Dragon Slayer, right? Last year, the people fell for him because they beat Alabama. But the team last year was okay. This team is much better. Well-rounded, at least. And if they win this game against Mizzou, they're going to be right there. I mean, we're talking about potentially a playoff team then, if they can beat Mizzou, because the schedule does sort of line up. They're 6-1 right now. They don't really have that many tough games left that are unwinnable. I mean, they could go to Texas and win. Why not? Why can't they beat Texas in that offense? Why can't they beat Tennessee? If they go 10-2, they should be in the playoffs, at which point you're going to hear more Pavia hype. And we know that he's a likable guy. We know the story about his mom. We see her in the jersey every game. You got Johnny Manziel at every game wearing the Pavia jersey. You got Theo Vaughn there talking about Pavia. If you made me make a bet right now, I take Pavia 11-1 at BetMGM.
I'm glad you point out the playoff because I could be wrong. That is something that I keep going back to in this expanded format. Last year was the outlier because you got a guy that was playing on both sides of the ball, and it was a Colorado program that people were just attached to in some way. They had very strong opinions, whether it was positive or negative. I think for the most part, it's going to be quarterback on a playoff team moving forward. Like, that's kind of where we start. That's our baseline, right? And by you saying that they could make the playoff with 2 losses in that SEC, I think that's a good starting point. That's a good idea. Okay, when I look at Pavia's game log, there is one thing that jumps out to me that would scare me about that number of 11-1. Man, there's a lot of games he doesn't even get to 200 passing yards. Numbers-wise, stats-wise, do you think he can get there?
Yeah, I mean, the touchdown number is there for sure, and he's clearly their best player. That's why I have an issue with Ohio State and picking Julian Sayin, who is now 4-1 at BetMGM. I see one book has him even lower than that. He's put up numbers for sure, but if you drop in any blue chip recruit, he's going to have the same numbers because the offense is loaded with NFL talent. You got 2 NFL receivers, maybe 3. You got a bunch of good running backs. You have a really good offensive line. And oh, by the way, the best part of the team is the defense that keeps giving you the ball at the 40-yard line or whatever. It's like, oh, Ohio State's got 1st and 10 at the 40 or the 35. So it's not like Julian Sayin is doing everything to get Ohio State where it needs to be. He's an important piece, but he's not the piece. Diego Pavia is the piece of the offense. 15 touchdowns, 1,600 yards, 7th best QBR in the country. And again, it's the story. Where did he start? New Mexico Military Institute. That's where his college career started. Then New Mexico State, then Vandy. He'd be the guy. Now, I didn't bet him a couple of weeks ago. We were talking about him at like 22, 24-1. Did not get there. The only thing I have left that could win is Simpson. And because of what happened to Beck, I'm waiting for Simpson to throw 8 picks in his next game because that would only be fitting. I feel good about Simpson. I think he's a first-round pick, and their schedule is not difficult either. But of those guys, like Simpson, Mendoza, Sayin, it's hard to get behind any of them at 4-1 or shorter. It just is because of the number.
Tell me about it. Okay, so where we are right now, what are we, 8 weeks in or whatever? We've got a little over a month left. If I say, how big is the group? You're looking at the list of the odds. How many could win it? Not saying will, could. Like, we can come up with a story. They're in the mix or in the conversation, and they're the red-hot quarterback or whatever player moving forward. How wide open? I view it as very wide open. Like, this is not a list of 3. It's not a list of 5. I think it's bigger than that. How big do you think the list is?
6, maybe.
Okay.
I've got the Heisman straw poll up if you're interested. Have you looked at this yet this week?
Did not look. Good.
Okay.
What do you have?
So they do this every week, and as Joe has brought up over the years, it's been very accurate. It helped him get to Devontae Smith several years ago. So they do a first place, a second place, and a third place vote. Number 1 right now, according to the Athletic Heisman straw poll, Fernando Mendoza. Not a surprise. 56 points. Line 2, Ty Simpson. 36 points. So a pretty nice drop between 56 and 36. Line 3, Pavia, 28.
Wow.
Line 4, Jeremiah Love, Notre Dame. Only 7 points, though. Only 7. So the leader has 56. The 4th place guy has 7. Julian Sayin, 6 points. Reuben Bain Jr., 2 points. Jeremiah Smith, 2 points. I could probably stop there. But you notice, of the voters and the bettors, there's not a lot of synergy there because the market has Marcel Reed 10-1. He's not even in the team photo for the voters, but he's 10-1. Who else? Gunnar Stockton, 12-1 on the odds board. Doesn't even have a vote in the poll. Who else? Oh, let's see. Dante Moore, 14-1. Doesn't have a vote. So I think there's this divide, as Femi brought up a couple weeks ago, between the bettors and the voters. There are some people the bettors like, and there are some that the voters like. It's not like this thing where everybody's on the same page outside of Mendoza, Simpson, Pavia.
Okay, your favorites at on 3. Their poll that they released late yesterday had Simpson 1. Maybe you like them now. Simpson number 1. Athletic poll, they have Simpson 2. Number 2 for On 3, Mendoza. So it's flipped 1-2, right? Close. Okay, we're on the same page. They also have Pavia 3. Are we kind of getting a better idea of what's going on? Marcel Reed 4. Okay, so that's a little bit different. And they put Sayin 5. Huh. Let's talk about love for a minute. Because I know that there's a lot of Notre Dame fans, Notre Dame listeners, and they were talking about it after the 228 on Saturday night in the elements. Everybody's watching it. It was a prime spot. It was big for him. I started looking this morning at some of the running backs that have won this award and what you have to do. And I was thinking back to even last year with Genty, like what he had to do to be part of the conversation. A little bit different for him because he's at Boise. He's not at Notre Dame. And then I started looking at Love's games. Like, all right, where are we statistically? We got to be number 1, number 2, number 3 in the nation, right? In rushing? No, he's 5th. That was his first monster game of the year. And it happens at this point. So yes, you're going to get chatter about it. It was a big game. It was an outstanding performance after the golf cart incident. Wink, wink. But he's not even in the conversation. I understand why the odds moved, but some of these other names that we're talking about, I don't put him in that conversation. And I'm a Notre Dame guy. I look at his second best performance this year. It was 157 against Purdue. Purdue. He's got 4 games where he failed to get 100 yards. And you've got a tandem back situation, so I don't think he's going to have the same opportunities at Genty and, when Derrick Henry won it, they got. So I don't think Love is even remotely in the conversation.
I think he's in the conversation, but I don't think he's winning. So I looked up Mark Ingram's stats. Mark Ingram won the Heisman in 2009. Mm-hmm. He had 1,700 yards, basically, and 17 touchdowns. Jeremiah Love, through 7 games, has 758 and 9. He's got to double that production in 5 games, but he's already played 7. And you mentioned the split backfield. The reason his odds dropped, you know why? It's because people bet him. Because people are watching the game, and he's running like a maniac, and he's got 228 yards and a touchdown and 37 receiving yards, and people are like, oh, he's 20-1. Let me bet him. That's why. It's just a liability that's sort of added up from one game. Now, if he comes out in the next game and runs for 250 yards against Boston College, people are going to bet him again, and you're going to see more Love. No pun. The schedule is very easy, though. That's the only thing. I mean, he could have 150 a game. Boston College, Navy, Pitt, Hughes, Stanford. That schedule stinks. Stinks.
But why would he be out there in the fourth quarter? There's that, too. They've got a playoff to think about. They're trying to win a championship.
I
and
wouldn't
they should
bet
be in
him.
a position.
I agree with you. I would not bet Jeremiah Love.
Nope. I agree. Okay. Maybe this is flawed thinking. This is kind of where I got this morning. Okay. So I think Pavia is a good idea by you because of the opportunities to impress moving forward with limited games remaining. And I started thinking about that. Okay. Let's think about these teams that are probably going to be in the playoff. Will the quarterback of those teams that are already in the Heisman conversation have those big opportunities to impress moving forward? And that's why Pavia is a good look, because he will. And then if he performs well, they win those games, there's a good chance that they're in the playoff as long as they only lose one more game the rest of the way. Okay. So I started looking at these monster spots, big spots where is there a game or two where it's going to be Heisman contender versus Heisman contender at the end of the year, and then the winner just kind of takes it because we're not really sure where it's going. And I'll just say this. Here, let's go here. So if we're going to go Big Ten playoff teams, we've got Indiana. We've got Ohio State. I think we can almost lock those guys in. Can we lock in Oregon with as high as their rating is right now? Or ranking?
Assuming they go 10-2 at worst,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Okay, so we got 3 teams. I'd say at max you can get 4. No guarantee, but at max you can get 4 Big Ten teams in. And you look right now in the conference, Oregon's one of those teams that is 3-1. Also 3-1. UCLA, believe it or not. No, there's nobody there. Northwestern, no, they're not making the playoff either. Iowa, no. Minnesota, no. There's 2 other teams. USC and Michigan. USC beat the crap out of Michigan. So if anything, I would say logic tells us that if there's a 4th team, if they don't lose the rest of the way to make the playoff, it would probably be USC. And yes, they're coming off the Notre Dame loss. That's true. USC, Riley team has not performed well on the road. They're 2 losses on the road. USC plays Oregon in the second to last week of the year in Oregon. Is that a spot? Like, I only say this not because I'm holding a ticket. I only ask this because he still leads in QBR. He still leads in EPA. He's number 1 in yards per attempt. Maeva. Could the more Maeva game at the end of the year decide this thing?
I don't think so. I know what you're doing.
Okay.
I don't think so.
What about Moore? What about the Moore side?
No, I think we're out on Moore.
Okay. If they don't lose? All right. Interesting. Trying to look for those big spots. He's not budging on Gunnar Stockton. I'm not in either. Joe O, Sammy P, NFL team futures on the other side, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
There goes Gibbs. Foot race. Winfield can't get there. Touchdown Lions.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Double dip of Monday Night Football. Last night, the first game, the Lions win and cover as a favorite. The second game, the Seahawks win and cover as a favorite. They cover the number of 3. We're going to go over some NFL team futures. This is Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P, hanging out with you. BetMGM Network, Sam on X at SP Shoot. I'm there at Joe Ostrowski. We got to mention the room, Sam. One game, awful. One game, good. Worth noting. In the first game, I guess we call the Tampa Bay game because they did all Tampa Bay props by the time we wrapped up the show. They go 1-4. The only winner was K. Otton's over at 36 in the hook. Every other one was a loss. We were laughing at the Cam Johnson over 8.5 receiving yards. And did you say, you said over or under? I go, under. If those two guys are in, it's under. And it was under. No yards and 1 target for one Cam Johnson. And over 8.5 was one of the most popular plays of the day. In the second game, they did well. 4-1. Listen back if you want. We pointed out, okay, if you're going to pick one, which one's the weirdest one? And we said, who's Jaden Higgins? Over 31.5. Jaden Higgins had 0 yards last night. Very strange.
It's so
Very
funny.
Strange.
The random ones. Paul even said when he read Cam Johnson, he's like, this is the one, right? And you said yes. Over 8.5 yards on an obscure wide receiver. Very funny. I was laughing yesterday too. Like there's this anonymous account who hates our show but listens to our show every day, apparently. And he
every minute.
He's not happy. He's not happy that we give room bets out. He's like, all these guys do is fade the room. Like, no, that's not what we do. It is a sliver of a 9-segment pie that we talk about for 6 minutes. I just doesn't like our show, but listens every day and tweets about us. It's very funny. It's very strange behavior, but that's Twitter for you.
The funny part to me was it was a response, a reply to our lightning bets, criticizing that we suggested something that was not a lightning bet. Like what you're saying is nowhere here. These are our bets for the day. These are the bets. Like it wasn't even room based. We just let the people know where the room is and we keep it updated. We give our thoughts on it about why certain things and okay, well, we disagree with this. We agree with that. Yeah. Some people like to be miserable, but remember, don't worry about the vocal minority. Don't worry about the idiots that are mad in DMs, that are drunk and they're DMing you and blaming you for Carson Beck's performance on Friday night. The majority enjoy it. The majority, like we see it, the reaction every day that we talk about the room. Like, oh, this guy's an idiot. He's probably in the room. Like people have a lot of fun with it. So that's what we care about. All right, NFL team futures. Sam, there was some shifting. They were trying to figure out what was going on with the Super Bowl odds. Well, there was some shifting once again. And I don't want to say we're seeing separation, but it's not, okay, co-favorites anymore like it was last week where it was Kansas City and Buffalo. Buffalo's on bye. Kansas City plays. They win in dominant fashion. They actually pitch a shutout against a division opponent. And they are the favorite now for the Super Bowl. They're by themselves. Detroit, impressive last night. They're the second favorite. Buffalo does not play. They fall to the third favorite with Green Bay. Best number you could find is 8-1. So it's Kansas City, Detroit, Buffalo/Green Bay. Philly's still fifth. They were in the fifth spot last week. They're still fifth. And then what I think is most notable, the Indianapolis Colts have joined the party. Super Bowl odds, Sam, they are number 6 at 12-1.
Only 5 teams shorter. Kansas City, Detroit, Buffalo, Green Bay, Philly. Which is not really a surprise. I mean, those 5 teams, and you add the Ravens in there, of course, those 5 teams were 5 of the favorites heading into the season, right? I mean, we know the Ravens were near the top, but not really a surprise. I think maybe the order is a little surprising considering how the season started for some teams. But KC, Detroit, Buffalo, Green Bay, Philly, all right there. The Colts, a huge surprise at 12-1. And I still think there are some people out there who think that they're Fugazi. Maybe. I don't think they're going to make a playoff run, but they're a playoff team because of their ability to just run the football down your throat. I don't think that's going to suddenly change. They have the best offensive line for my money in the league. And when you can run the ball at will in this league, you've got a chance to compete in every game, as long as the quarterback protects the football. And that's what they've done so far. Shane Steichen made it very clear in the offseason. We need a vet who protects the ball. And maybe Daniel Jones wasn't the best protector of the football, but he's done a tremendous job this year. And if you ask a Vikings fan why Daniel Jones is thriving, well, it's the Kevin O'Connell fairy dust, right? Like, that's what it is. Like, he just, Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones, Kirk Cousins, like, when they're in Minnesota, something happens when they work with Kevin O'Connell. That's not a direct reason why, but I think certainly Daniel Jones learned a thing or two in Minnesota. Granted, he didn't play, but just being around Kevin O'Connell or Sean McVay has done wonders. I mean, how about Baker Mayfield goes to the Rams for a cup of coffee and his career turns around afterwards. Sam Darnold goes to back up Jimmy Garoppolo in San Francisco. Things change. It's a wild commonality where quarterbacks that have struggled go to either San Francisco or Minnesota and their careers are turned around. Another example, Daniel Jones.
I'm going to start rifling off the Ravens' opponents moving forward. You tell me where the losses are. Because we might get to a point where it's too many losses to even have this conversation. It's going to be something that keeps popping up because of where they are in the division odds. They're a close second favorite. They are 25-1 for the Super Bowl, the Ravens. On bye this past week, they host the Bears. Is that a win?
Yes.
Dolphins win. At Minnesota. Tough. Coin flip.
Coin flip.
Okay. At Cleveland, win. Host. Wow, maybe I shouldn't do that. Should I do that? Should I not give them Cleveland? Cleveland's tough at home.
Cleveland's beat them. I mean, Cleveland beat them last year with Jameis Winston. I would give them a win, though, this time around. Maybe that's not fair. Maybe it's not fair to just give them all these wins blindly, but from a power rating standpoint, you would think that they would beat Chicago, Cleveland, Miami, and it wouldn't even be like, I mean, I wouldn't bet. If you asked me, like, would you bet Bears money line or Dolphins money line or Browns money line? I would not.
Yeah. They get the Jets 2. They have 2 against both games against the Bengals. Both games against the Steelers. They host New England. They visit Green Bay late in the year. Not a ton of... I wouldn't say there are any automatic losses. When you're Baltimore, when you have Lamar Jackson as your quarterback, you don't have automatic losses. But as far as number of losses, okay, maybe you split with Cincinnati. Maybe you split with Pittsburgh. At Green Bay could be tough. I see a few spots. At 25-1, they sit 1-5 right now with a couple of very winnable games, Chicago, Miami next. Then, we could blink and then they're 3-5 and everybody's talking about them. Should we be considering Raven stock 25-1 for the Super Bowl, even though they haven't done it in the playoffs? It's just a value play.
Given the price, I understand it. I don't trust the quarterback in the playoffs. I just don't. I never have. I've talked about this for many years. I just don't. I don't like him in big moments against really good teams. So no, I'm out. You could get me to the division price after week 2 or week 3. Ravens were minus 400. Now they're plus 135. Could they win that awful division? Yes. Am I betting them to win the conference of the Super Bowl? No.
I think they're a team week to week. All right, the other team that we kind of talk about a lot, like, let's just talk about the state of the team, the state of the price. They played last night in the late game and they won. They look good at home. Better than they usually do. The Seattle Super Bowl number is 27. The NFC number is 13. For the division, They're plus 270. I know. Sam's sighing because it's out of frustration. We have talked about this team for a long, long time, and neither of us have fired a bet. And those numbers are shrinking and shrinking week by week by week on Seattle. So what do we think about the information we have on the team and those numbers?
I'm just upset that we didn't bet Seattle 30-1 to win the NFC. That was when we had the conversation, and you said you had a sleeper, and I said, I think I know your sleeper. And then I wrote Seattle in Sharpie, and you said Seattle, and I revealed Seattle, and then we did nothing with it at 30-1 to win the conference. Mm-hmm. It's such a sore subject because they've done nothing but do their jobs since that conversation. It's very annoying. Can they win the division? Of course. Can they make a playoff run? I think so. I think they can. 30-1 was right there. It was right in our hands, Joe. We had the whole world in our hands and did nothing with it.
I know. And now I'm looking at it. Okay, they're going on bye. Okay, can we get a better price, right? I don't think so, because at Washington, I think Jane Daniels is going to miss a couple weeks. He's probably out of that game too. Arizona, at the Rams, at the Titans. They should at the very least go 3-1 over the next 4 games.
Would you bet division or conference first?
And then they're sitting 8-3. I don't like San Francisco moving forward. I know some people trust them. I don't. What are we going to get out of the Rams? The Rams are always a team that's just kind of sitting there, and I never bet on them. Like, I'm looking at them for the NFC odds. Oh, yeah, they're the 4th favorite. That's cute. I'm not interested in betting on them. So I would go conference, honestly. I think it's wide open, the NFC. I mean,
15?
I like Detroit and Seattle in the NFC. That's where I'm at. Do you have one team or 2 teams you really like in the NFC?
I still think Philly's going to be fine.
Okay. All right. And they certainly look fine this week. Joe O, Sammy P, Michael Felder in college football. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Now it's Cuevas who goes in motion. Simpson to the goal line. Touchdown. Isaiah Horton. 1st and 10 from just outside the 10. Down to the goal line. Touchdown. Rico Scott.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, our guy Michael Felder is here at In the Bleachers, a college football analyst, and we were just chatting with Michael during the break before we came back here on air, and Michael was pointing out, well, there's one conference that I think is wide open, and as he's doing it, I'm like, yeah, we just had like a 20-minute conversation about how wide open the Heisman is, that we don't know anything after 8 weeks of football, and I think there's a couple other conferences, Michael, where we could say, you know what? This team that nobody's talking about, the odds would say that nobody even thinks is possible. There's a path for them to win, or this team to win, or that team to win. It kind of feels like outside of the tippy top with Ohio State and what Indiana's done, like after 8 weeks, I'm probably more confused than at the start of the season.
Oh yeah, if you talk about the Big Ten, I mean, obviously Oregon is still kind of in the running. The scary thing is that Northwestern is still hanging around. Like that feels crazy. And by the way, just for the record,
UCLA, right there.
Oh my gosh, they're right there. Like how many three? Hang on, I'm gonna count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't need the calculator for this. I can count it right on the screen. Okay, but I do always have the calculator. But you see, now you made me lose my train of thought. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 teams that are 3-1 in the Big Ten. And you know who's not? Penn State.
Yes, that's been established.
These jokers are 0-4. That's wild.
Joe thinks they're going to lose at least 6 in a row, and they've got to 4. He said this before the Iowa game, just to be clear. So he's got them losing, obviously, at Ohio State, which they will lose. Got them losing to Indiana. That'd be 6.
Michigan State.
And then what if they lost out? What if they lost out?
Every game?
Oh, man. It's not good. I hope Michigan State does beat them just so that my wife can have like a good weekend. Because she went to Michigan State. Truly, she needs to have a good weekend, especially since the pool closed.
It's true. Okay, so what is the conference? The Big Ten isn't where you were going to go. What's the conference that stands out to you? Like, okay, this could be just complete chaos.
The ACC. And the scary thing with the ACC, obviously, everyone's going to look at the standings. They're going to go Georgia Tech, Virginia, obviously. Virginia had to battle back this past weekend just to make it. SMU didn't see that coming from them, but they beat Clemson. Pitt is at 3-1. Duke's at 3-1. And Louisville obviously goes out and gets a win. So this is going to be one of those things where you're just like, who's going to win? And what are the future? You guys tell me, because you're the Vegas guys. You guys tell me what the future say about this.
That it's not Miami. That's what it tells me.
Really?
They might not. Yeah. I mean, they might not get there with one loss. I mean, and who says they can't lose again, Michael?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. That's why I'm asking you guys. The craziest part is that Cal is sitting there at 2-1, and they're. Did you guys see the end of the UNC Cal game? By the way,
no.
Well, no one did. The game started at 10:30 Eastern, and most people were either out or were asleep. It's 21-18. UNC is about to score a touchdown to take the lead. And then Austin they throw the football, Pacer. Not Pacer. It wasn't Pacer. It was I can't remember his name. But anyways, throw the ball, catch it, gets it. He's at the 4. He's at the 5. At the 1.5-yard line, Austin punches the ball out. Touchback. Cowwood. UNC Bill Belichick, or as they call it here, Chapel Bill, was going to get their first group of Power 4 win. And no, not going to happen. The worst way to lose. So, and speaking of teams that might lose out, I think UNC is one of those teams. And it really stinks because I work for Tar Heel 24/7 and every week to come up with content where you have to try to make people excited about watching this football team. It's becoming increasingly harder.
So, speaking of conferences that could be wide open, we had a detailed message, someone that was looking for our thoughts on the Big 12. And he brought it up because he's like, look, these odds are insane on this team. Like kind of hear me out. He's like, I think a lot of these teams are going to knock each other out with these teams that have one loss. Right now, it's BYU, Cincinnati, both of them undefeated at 4-0. Right. And he's like, look, BYU, Utah, Cincinnati, they all play one another, and they're probably going to knock each other out most likely. He's like, what about a Houston on a long shot price? Just getting to that point. Because he said he found him at 80-1. Do you think Houston can stay in that conversation as a lot of these teams start to cannibalize each other?
I think they can. And I think Houston can. I think we got to worry about the health at Texas Tech. But I think Houston has the ability. But again, they're going to beat each other up once we get into November. BYU, Cincy, Arizona State is another one that I would play Arizona State because they're going to be an interest if they can be healthy. And that's the part that's the most interesting. And it's really the craziest part is I thought TCU was going to be the class. I thought they were going to be the belle of the ball. And then now they're not. And they're 2-2 in league. And so you have to watch that. Baylor's interesting. K-State, I honestly have no idea. Every single game that K-State plays, I don't know what's going to happen. And to me, that makes me a little scared. Same with Utah. I think Kansas is incredibly dynamic. I just think they're undisciplined. UCF, another team that they start strong and then there are several teams that kind of slow play you. Think about this. UCF feels like the opposite of Georgia, where teams get a lead on them early with respect to Georgia. And then Georgia's like, guess what? We're bigger, faster, stronger. We'll do it. UCF is like, we're going to jump on you. And then we don't have a changeup. Shohei ain't showing up. So it's going to be interesting to see how they work, but they also can upset everybody's apple cart. I like BYU. I hate that their quarterback wears number 47. I do hate that, just personally. If you're not John Lynch, what are you doing? And just pick a different number, man. That's not that number is not even good if you're a safety. That's a bad number unless you're John Lynch. But they are finding ways to make it cook, and that's what you have to look as a dad, as a husband. Sometimes you got to find, and as the main food preparer in my family, as the only food preparer in my family, you do have to find ways to make it cook, and he does that pretty consistently. Cincinnati, they are really they are nailed in, man. And it's really cool to watch how they are screwed in. They don't get outside of phase. They do not lose their identity. They stick to their guns, and guess what? Their guns, they shoot and they drop you. So, but Houston as a long shot play, I love that answer.
Speaking of cooking, UCLA has certainly cooked with 3 straight after
Yeah.
launching their coach, but I don't know if they have the ingredients to go in Indiana and compete. The number is 25. Is this a blowout? 30 plus?
I think that Kurt Cinetti is. I would take the Bruins in the money line. I would, because they are riding high and they want to play football, which is different than what they look like at the start of the year. They look like they want to play football, and I think Indiana is looking at their future. We mentioned futures already, but Indiana's looking at what they have down the line, and I think that they're going to try to get some other guys in the game, right? They're going to try to get some backups, some reps. So I don't think that they're not going to do what they did to Illinois, which was that 53-point win. I think this is a game where they're not going to play it tight, but they win by double digits, but I don't think that they cover the number. So I don't think Indiana covers. I think the money line for UCLA makes more sense.
The points, you mean, not the money line.
Excuse me. Yes. Listen, I don't have all the language that you guys have. The spread. The spread for Indiana. Yes.
With Michael Felder here talking some college football. This is Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P. So Sam threw out the idea, as we're as confused as ever with the Heisman race, because there's a new favorite every single week. This week, it happened to be Simpson. Last week, Beck was a co-favorite. He was knocked out. We could go week by week. When guys become the favorite, something bad seems to happen.
Yeah.
Sam threw out the idea of Pavia. Number of times that he'll have to impress in SEC play, the chances that maybe Vandy could sneak into the playoff. What do you think about this week? They're hosting Missouri. They're a 2.5 to 3 point favorite.
I mean, Diego is a baller, dude. And they've introduced this offense that I don't think most people understand. Or at least, I don't think most college football players understand. And that's something that I actually wrote about. They're running this weird version of the wing tee with the orbit motion going back. And it made me think about high school. And the coaches know what's happening. You can watch the coaches on the opposition. They know what's going on. LSU's defensive coordinator was like, no, don't do that. And the players didn't understand. So there's that. What do they have? They have Mizzou, Texas, Auburn, Kentucky, Tennessee. I don't have a ton of confidence in any of those teams. Maybe Tennessee, but they could make their way into the playoff if they sniff the SEC championship. I think he goes to New York City. I don't know if he wins, but I think he goes to New York City. And I talked to a couple of Heisman voters, and I'm sorry, I just turned the heat on in my house because it got a little chilly, and so the gills are a little. But I just think that the reality for me is if they sniff the playoff, they sniff the SEC championship, he's going to New York City. I don't think enough people have watched him play, just to be fair.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I hear you. Anything on Ole Miss, Oklahoma? That's another game that people will be paying close attention to. Oklahoma's at home. They're favored by 4.5.
Oklahoma has bubbled up and just slowly. You know that kid in your class? It's like a big kid. You didn't know he was good at music. And also he's also on the football team. And you're like, where did this come from? And that's what Oklahoma is. Like, they are bruisers, but also they play a nice finesse game. And you get Mateer back, which remarkable recovery for him.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that give me Oklahoma. Give them to me.
Yeah. I got it. Good stuff. Michael Felder at In the Bleachers. The stuff that you wrote on Vandy, where can people find that?
It's felder.substack.com, but they're running this wing tee. We saw Michigan do it as well with Underwood. And it's this whole idea of when you see the guys back, don't crash. Stay there because they're coming back to you.
Okay. Good stuff. Thank you, Michael. Always appreciate it. We'll talk about updated NFL awards markets on the other side. You've got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Handoff for Taylor. Big hole. Taylor is gone. Touchdown, Colts. Now they do a jet sweep to Taylor. Taylor, zigzag move. Taylor works in. It's Taylor on the acceleration. Touchdown.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM network.
Why don't you just kill me? Just play every Taylor touchdown for the entire season. Why don't we do that? He's the man standing in my way. Welcome back, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. Let's talk about some NFL awards, some notable movements that we want to get over. Maybe not as far as the placing, but odds movement after this past week in the National Football League. I guess we'll start there. Jonathan Taylor. Why do we hear the highlight there? Because he is your favorite for the Offensive Player of the Year. It is now even money for Jonathan Taylor. JSN, excellent game last night against a top-notch secondary in the Houston Texans. JSN is now second. He's been part of this conversation as fifth and fourth, just climbing the ladder, and then he has another good performance last night. He's the second favorite. The gap there is 5-1. So Taylor's plus 100. JSN is 5-1. Sam, your guy, Christian McCaffrey, is 8-1. Bijan Robinson this week, not a great game. He was awesome last week, but this week, not so much. He's 10-1 in that conversation. Puka's injured. Now Jamar Chase is there. So we could talk about the top of the board too, but you kind of threw out Gibbs earlier. He's 40-1 for offensive player. I hadn't looked at his season stats compared to the other top running backs, but maybe he can enter that conversation. If you even like him remotely, at 40, it might be worth a play.
I think the issue there is that you have the touchdown vulture, David Montgomery, kind of stealing a lot of the scores away down the road.
Mm-hmm.
You also have St. Brown. So there's a lot of very talented offensive cooks in the kitchen, and I think that hurts Gibbs. When you look at Indianapolis, it's the Taylor show. When you look at San Francisco, it's the McCaffrey show. JSN is the star show in Seattle. Puka Nacua in Los Angeles, right? Jamar Chase in Cincy. I think Gibbs is unfairly docked because there are other weapons that are very, very strong around him. 40-1 is 40-1, man. I mean, make a $20 bet at 40-1. That 40-1 adds up really quickly per dollar. So that would be something, wink, wink, that I would entertain, fully expecting him not to win, but 40-1 is 40-1. Bijan Robinson, after a monster game against Buffalo, he got bet a ton, and then Atlanta does what Atlanta does in these big bounce-back spots. Not bounce-back spots, but like you beat Buffalo on Monday night, and then you have to continue the momentum. And then you lose to San Francisco with Mac Jones on Sunday night. So Atlanta's very funny. Perennially the same team. Big win, loss. Big win, loss. It's a very funny team. Very, very funny team. Gibbs at 40-1, though, seems a little high, no?
Yeah. What are we missing? It's the same number as his teammate St. Brown. So that's a good point that you bring up there. Is he going to be the guy moving forward? These other situations, they're the guy. The guy ends up winning, right? But a lot of mouths to feed there. But they score a lot of points too. So he could still get his game after game. We're saying this after he has a career high mark in total yards. So there's a little recency bias as well. What about Chase? If it's Flacco the rest of the way, are you going to get this Chase? The last game and a half, he's been awesome. Been awesome with Flacco. Now he's 15-1. The number's dropping. Gertz is all excited that he has Jamar Chase and that Flacco's the guy, at least for the foreseeable future. We think, but you never know. He can go down to an injury. The man's 40.
The problem with the Flacco thing, we've seen this a ton over the years, where the backup comes in, or in this case, the new guy comes in mid-season, and the first game goes well. And then everybody gets excited, and then Flacco's horrible in the next game. And then it's like, oh, right, this is why he's getting traded at age 40.
Yes.
I don't know. With Carson Wentz, with Andy Dalton, you've seen that thing where, like last year in Carolina, they bench Bryce Young. Panthers win that game under Andy Dalton, and it's like, oh, Dalton's the guy. And then after a couple more games, they go, let's go back to Bryce Young. So I'm trying not to get too excited. Not to mention it was a Thursday night game. A lot of us watched it on Amazon Prime. Look, if you want to keep feeding Jamar Chase, that's one thing. I just don't think Joe Flacco is going to carry them to a playoff bid or anything like that. The reality is, and I think a lot of people feel this way, you can make good bets at decent numbers, but you gotta outlast Taylor. And if he stays healthy, is he losing this award? I don't know.
Sounds gruesome. I need an injury. That's how good Taylor's been. I have the second favorite. You have the third favorite. I'm not saying we want it, but it's football. It's a running back. That's what probably has to happen for either of us to win, to be live for this.
Yeah.
That's the gap that
more likely that my guy gets hurt than Taylor, unfortunately.
Yes. That's the reality. I think it's funny that you pushed against that idea. He's been healthy. He's getting 30 touches a game. And now you're the one that keeps bringing up, man, CMC's about to go down any week now.
You know it's going to happen because he's just dominating. And he basically got me to a fantasy win because he had 39 points on my injury-riddled, disease-blasted team. Like, McCaffrey's the only thing saving me afloat or keeping me afloat. And I'm waiting because everybody else is getting hurt in San Francisco. There's got to be something in the water there.
Yep. Yeah, Jack has CMC. He's undefeated. He's very excited. He thinks he's the best player in football because of the season that he's putting together fantasy-wise. MVPs we're talking about. As far as the order of the players, we don't see a ton of change at the top. It's still Mahomes, Allen, Baker. But the odds for Baker have dropped after last night. They lose on the road. It's kind of a non-competitive game. He dropped back to throw it 50 times, and he didn't have very good numbers. You pointed that out. Here's the headline in the MVP race. Drake May has arrived. Drake May is your fourth favorite. He's 10-1, and he's right behind Baker. After we get some action into this and people start looking at the numbers and more chatter about May's probably going to get bet when people realize how soft his schedule is moving forward. I could see May moving to the third favorite before we get to the games this weekend.
I saw a meme on Twitter either yesterday or on Sunday. It was a woman at the bottom of a staircase wearing a Patriots jersey, and then every step was the next team on the schedule. And I don't remember exactly like what the records were, but essentially it was 1-win team, 1-win team, 2-win team, 1-win team. You're like, wow, this is just, they're just going to keep pounding trash. And look, we may not like it because I don't think the Patriots are that good, but if you don't like it, just join them. If you can't beat them, join them. Not saying Drake May's the most valuable player in the league, but there's a world where they rattle off. I mean, the schedule is so bad. And right now the Patriots have exceeded expectations at 5-2. Browns, Falcons, Bucks, Jets, Bengals, Giants. Whew. Man, that's an easy sled. Now, who's healthy for Tampa when they play? I don't think Burrow's back yet for that game November 23rd. You could win 4 of the next 5 of the next 6 games. At which point Drake May's what? It's not 10-1 anymore.
He has a test this weekend in Cleveland. It's not Cleveland in Cleveland. You're back home in Foxborough after a 3-game road trip. But just taking a look, this is the best defense he's going to face all year. And it's not close. So if he passes this test with flying colors, come on. Is he going to crack the top 2? I don't know. But he'll be right there. I think he's going to be the third favorite at some point this week. And you're right about it. So to that point, I was looking at the division odds. And Buffalo doesn't play. New England takes care of Tennessee quite easily. I'm like, if you told me before the year, okay, at this point in the season, you're going to be able to get Buffalo at a cheap price. It's less than $2, meaning less than minus 200, right? I would have said, oh, you got to bet that. What's the record? Oh, you got to bet that. It's Buffalo minus 165. But I don't want to do that because where are the losses for New England? It could lose. It doesn't mean the Bills stink, but it just could be like Minnesota last year when New England ends up with 13 wins on the year.
It's not like people run from the new thing either. The new toy, the hot trend, voters are enamored by that stuff. And I think you're going to start to hear, oh, he's the next Brady. And if that thought process blankets a nation, you're going to see votes for Drake May. I'm not saying he's going to win it, but for him to be 50-1 before the season and national media saying we don't know if he's good yet, to see what he's done since the summer and just continue to elevate his play and throw these beautiful deep balls. I mean, he threw a ball on Sunday. I almost fell out of my chair. That touchdown pass to Kayshon Boutte, where only he could catch it. It was an unbelievable throw. I was sitting in this chair watching the TV directly in front of me like, holy cow. Like, that's a laser. And Boutte catches it like right on the tips of his fingers. It's a beautiful throw, beautiful catch. Not many quarterbacks can make that throw. And the fact that he's so young and he keeps getting better and keeps taking steps forward, they have a quarterback. They definitely do.
Boutte was going to drop that when he fell to the ground in the end zone. I was like, hold on, because I had a lot of New England in Survivor. I didn't think he was going to hold on to that. I thought he was just going to drop it. That was an amazing play on both sides.
Did you see the pregame feature with Kayshon Boutte? I'm paraphrasing here, but he basically said he stopped gambling and his life turned around.
Stop it.
Well, he was caught making bets a couple years ago.
He ain't stopping.
He didn't stop. It's kind of like when they caught Calvin Ridley in Florida. How'd they catch him? Yeah. Well, he signed up using his own name, Calvin Ridley. That's how they caught him.
There's this Green Book account under the name Calvin Ridley. That's how they got him.
I just thought that was very ironic that we do a gambling show every day. And I meant to bring it up yesterday, but Kayshon Boutte it was like a walk and talk where the reporter was holding the mic and they were walking down the field together, and she brought up the gambling and he's like, yeah, I stopped gambling and I turned my life around. And I'm like, that should be a drop on our show.
No. Yeah. My life's in shambles. Well, it kind of is. Do you think Dart should remain the favorite for Offensive Rookie of the Year? He's about even money. Still is. Yeah, I mean, they almost win, but they don't. What do you think?
It wasn't his fault they lost. So I mean, they put up 30 points in Denver. It's not his fault. And they cut to him after the game, just like Home Alone face. Like, how did we lose? Oh, we just gave up 33 points in the fourth quarter. That's how we lost. Who do you want? Like, who do you want to take him down with? Abuka?
Abuka didn't do much last night.
Yeah, but him being available is almost more than the production last night. Just like coming back, the return. Not a lot of guys would have played in that game. Are you betting Tyler Warren? I'm not. And you bet Judkins 30-1. I think that was a tremendous bet considering BetMGM has him now at 12-1.
Yeah. I feel good about my positions. I have Dart and Judkins. I would do better with the Judkins win, but I feel good about the Dart one too. We talked about that plenty. It's about time in the market. Wow. Yeah. Both of these guys, they were in the 30s during the season. Both of these guys. So I think there's a good chance one of them wins.
You have Dart at 30, but Judkins would be better? That's crazy.
Because I bet him again this weekend at 30 before the game. That's why.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. So I happy with my position there. What about coach? Can somebody beat Steichen? Vrabel? Are those the two that really stand out, or are there other coaches that we're missing in this conversation?
What if the Niners go 13-4 with you and me playing offense? No Shanahan?
No, that's a winner. That feels good. He'll get a lot of credit. A lot of the media loves him to begin with. So who gets credit on that team if they have an amazing year? What about the guy that won last night, McDonald? He's in the 20s.
I'm surprised he's that high. They're 5-2.
Yeah. I know. Ben Johnson, 20-1.
Good,
Just
better,
get 3
best.
turnovers a game.
Yep,
turnovers every single game.
That's coaching.
Yes,
it's all coaching.
It's pretty open. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats. Will Brinson, top of the hour. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
The 1-0 pitch. High fly ball. Left field. Arozarena watches it go.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Game 7, fun last night. We had to hang on for our unders. It does get home. Under 7.5 ends up hitting. Each of us had that one. We gave that one out. Yesterday, we got our winner. It's Toronto, so Sam's happy. We're heads up, man. We're heads up in the World Series. I've got the Dodgers. You got the Blue Jays. You grabbed that right before the playoffs, I believe. What number did you grab?
Not a good one. 8-1.
Okay. 8-1, man. But hey, you looked at the field. You were talking to somebody who's pretty smart. It was like, you should bet the Blue Jays. So not a bad idea. You have to be happy with where you are right now. Yeah, I mean, before the year, just a monster number on the Blue Jays. People not thinking that this was going to happen, and here we sit. It's the Jays and the Dodgers. It starts on Friday, so each day we'll get more and more markets that are available. But we like to talk about the World Series MVP. We've been revisiting this a number of times when most people would say, well, you got to go Vladdy, got to go Springer, must go Ohtani or Betts. They're probably making it a list of 4. We have a much more expansive list because we know the history of the award, that you're going to find guys that you think are no-name guys, that you can find good numbers in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s, and they're batting in the top 5 spots of the winning lineup, and then they end up taking the award because it is well-deserved. It is not always the star player. Sometimes it is. A lot of times it isn't. We've talked about Soler with the Braves. You know, Zobrist, the year with the Cubs, that he was about 25-1. This is something that you can always find a lot of value in. And the earlier you bet it, of course, before they get to the World Series, those are the best numbers that you're going to find. But don't go in thinking you have to bet star players. It could be a star player. We've seen Corey Seager win this a couple of times. But no, it's a lot more open than people realize. Sam, I don't think there's a pitcher in play. Once in a while there is. We've seen it with Mad Bum. We were talking about if Detroit would have made a run, that maybe Scubo could do it. But I don't really see a pitch, unless you're talking about Ohtani, that we could see a few different times and they could make that sort of an impact. Do you?
It would be hitter, hitter, hitter. Oh, here we go. I have the odds right here. Hitter, 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 pitcher. The first pitcher. You want to guess who the first pitcher is without looking?
Oh, it's not Ohtani then.
Well, not counting Ohtani. He's a unicorn.
Yeah,
I meant solely a pitcher only. Who's the first one?
Did they go?
Jake's guy.
It's a Dodger guy. Oh, Glasnow?
No, Snell.
Oh, Snell. Screw him. He sucks. Glasnow's better.
Blake Snell.
It's not Yamamoto.
No, Yamamoto.
Oh, what
25.
Ridiculous price. That's
Bieber
silly.
50, Glasnow 50, Sasaki 50, Gaussman 66, Scherzer 100. We could probably stop there. But this is an offensive World Series, one would think. And the total for game number 1 is only 7.5, which is a little surprising. That feels a little light. But then again, you have the rest and the rust. I mean, this game doesn't start until Friday night. So the layoff certainly plays into it. I would be looking over, to be honest with you, in game number 1. And I would be looking at hitters only, to your point. What?
These offenses are awesome. Like, you're
7.5.
going over it. I'm like, yeah, man, 7.5's a crazy number to me.
Just feels a little light. But then again, you do get ace, which we understand. Like, odds are good. That's the best pitching matchup of the entire series. So these teams have the ability to stack their rotations accordingly, and you're going to get their best in game number 1 on Friday night. I keep looking at Teoscar, 13-1. You got what, 100?
100.
Prick.
100 on Teoscar. We talked about it.
I
We
know.
talked about it on
I
the
know.
show.
I'm only saying that because I'm salty. I've been salty all day with the
I know.
Seattle
Well,
MVP bet.
I'm mad
the
with you on that one. Yeah.
Teoscar 100-1 World Series MVP. Corby's on chicken dinner like, oh, Teoscar 100-1. And then he didn't bet it either.
Oh, he
like,
didn't?
I didn't bet it. No, you're the only one that bet it. I think you and Paul both bet it. Corby and I didn't even bet it.
Come on, Corby. I would have thought he would have bet it for sure.
He just has Dodgers. He was betting Dodgers when the Phillies went to the favorite 4-1 or so. They pushed the Dodgers out to 6. And Corby was like, I'm in at 6. And then he bet him again at 5. And then they clobbered game 1 and he bet him again. So he's been accumulating Dodger stock at good prices. Now, he's not going to come in now and lay 240 because he's already got. I'm guessing I'll have him on tonight. We're going to do a show tonight. I'm guessing that he may take a little bit of Toronto at 2-1. Just a little bit. That's my guess. I have no idea. But he's got all this Dodger stock at 6 and 5 and I think 475. He's in a spot now where he could either roll it as a 240 favorite or he could bet a little Toronto to win the series at 2-1.
I kind of don't think he will. I think he's going to stay with his position. He's so strong on them, and I get it. You know, Ohtani is such a favorite for the World Series MVP. At plus 170, I'm quickly realizing that we can find a lot of value elsewhere on the board. You know, Mookie Betts is 22-1. It's freaking Mookie Betts. And he hits second in that lineup after Ohtani. So there's some, and you get Vladdy up there, of course, Springer after what he did last night and what he's done throughout his entire career. There's a lot of good numbers on some players. Jake, I want to bring in you really quick. World Series MVP, where should we be starting this conversation? None of us are going to bet Ohtani at less than 2-1. I get that. But what about the other names? Where's the value?
The bet's 22-1 is crazy. I think that's kind of insane. Are we forgetting who this guy is? I think that's for sure a bet if you want to go elsewhere with Dodgers. Never any of the pitchers. Like Sam said, this is going to be runs galore, and Snell being the first guy is very funny, but for obvious reasons, no bias, of course. But I think it's pick your guys in the lineup. I think there's a 35 on Muncy. Still, I think that's really good. If we were going to go other Dodgers. I'm really glad that I bet Springer last weekend, because I saw where this was going. So I obviously have a bunch of Dodgers. I added a couple Blue Jays World Series MVPs last weekend just to try and get some investment on the other side. So I have Springer. I think Varsho's interesting still. I've been talking about him for a couple weeks because he could pop off. He had a decent series as well. He's been playing well. But as far as the Dodgers, I think Betts 22 and Muncy 35 if you're trying to look for some guys.
Betts and Muncy. Okay. What about and on the Toronto side, you said Varsho, he's 30. What about their 2 and 4 hitters? Those numbers are in the 50s. Kirk's 50. People love Kirk because he's fat.
Yeah, because he's a big fat guy.
Where's Bichette going to hit when he comes back?
Yeah.
I mean, you would think 1 or 2. Like Nathan Lukes he's a 0 to me.
He's a 0. Okay.
Especially if Bichette's saying he's going to come back. Lukes is the first guy on the chopping block. So even if they split time together, then they're both a 0. If neither of them are going to play every game, then they're both out. As far as Kirk goes, sure, he's a fun story and people like him. All the dude does is hit singles. He's the 4 hitter, but it's because he gets on base. And then you have Varsho and Barger behind him. Honestly, I looked at Barger. I know he hit 6th. Clement, interesting. I looked at him too. It's just that's the 9 hitter. You kind of got to do some mental gymnastics with that one too. I looked at Barger, honestly. I saw 60 this morning on him. He had a really good series in the ALCS. Plays the outfield, can make a couple of decent defensive plays to boost his stock a little bit. Multi-hits, couple extra base hits. I know he hit 6th, but it's kind of right on that cut line, right? So he was somebody that kind of I was thinking about this morning.
Okay.
You want to tell them about our text exchange last night, Jake, about bunting?
It worked out for them. But
Before the Springer homer, the sacrifice bunt, giving up the out.
Yeah. Like, I mean, it worked out for you, thankfully. But, I mean, Jimenez has been awesome for you all series, and you're just giving him an out just because you're afraid of a double play.
I meant more
you
so
got lucky.
The Mariners bunting in the top of the ninth when they were like the guy came up to the plate, nobody on, nobody out, laid down a bunt, and I texted Jake, no bunting from Eastbound and Down. You've seen Eastbound and Down, right, Joe?
Oh yeah.
The scene between Will Ferrell and Craig Robinson when they're at the car dealership, and Stevie yells, "No bunting!" And Craig Robinson's like, "Ain't nobody trying to bunt." Oh my God, it's one of the funniest scenes in the history of television. The outtakes alone from that scene, when Craig Robinson and Danny McBride are like staring at each other face to face, and Will Ferrell's trying to make them laugh. Oh my God, it's so funny. No bunting.
Let the boy watch.
Jake had never seen it, so I had to send him the video.
What?
I couldn't believe it.
I was a sheltered
It's
child.
so good. Let the boy watch.
Well, do you remember what Craig Robinson says when he says, "Ain't nobody trying to bunt," and then he says, "I'm trying to knock it to the bleeping moon." Yes.
So good.
Oh, so funny.
I loved it when I forgot who was on the mound, but they were showing bunt early on. They almost decked him. That's what you have to do. Pitch like 3 feet inside. We started to see that. You see teams are like, have had enough of this. I don't understand. Just taking the automatic out, I'm not with that. Those are some good looks, though, Jake. It's confusing with Toronto. You don't know where to go. If you're not doing Vladdy, if you're not doing the short number thing, it's tough. It could be any of them. That's a good number on bets. There's no reason for him to be 22-1. That's kind of silly. Joe O, Sammy P, keep things rolling here. Another hour up next. Will Brinson will drop by to talk some National Football League. A Survivor first look next hour as well on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Hurts trying to find something downfield, and it's Devontae Smith. He's loose. He's got it. He is gone. Touchdown, Eagles.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Yeah, it was a big Sunday for the Hurts deep ball connecting in Minnesota against the top-notch defense. Joe O. Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Every Tuesday, our buddy Will Brinson, kind enough to drop by from CBS Sports to talk some NFL. Thinking about the Eagles there, they're the 5th favorite, Will, when you look at the updated odds for the Super Bowl. That's where they were last week, so all the questions about them, I guess you got some answers, even though it was mostly about Wentz on the other side. I'm looking at the team that's right behind the Eagles. Now the Colts, it's like, okay, we've seen enough. You're real. You're the 6th favorite. Are you buying, or like, where are you on Indy, and what sort of a ceiling are we talking about here?
Yeah, so I had the Chargers. I got to the Chargers as a contest pick at the last second on like Saturday morning. Obviously regretted. It ended up being one of the consensus 5 in the Circa Millions. I can't believe that. I thought people would be backing the Colts, honestly. Chargers are like, here's the thing on the Colts. I think they're really good when they're front running. I think they're a really good team, and they're well coached, and maybe the best comp for the 2025 Colts is the 2024 Vikings, right? You have a defense with an established coordinator. Lou Anarumo was good in Cincinnati. I mean, he kind of got scapegoated by the Bengals. Like, he didn't have anybody to run the defense. So the defense is vastly improved with Lou Anarumo. You have this reclamation project, former, top 10 pick quarterback, goes to New York, doesn't work out. The New York media plasters him all over the tabloids. Goes and sits and, kind of learns in a different situation, lands with a good coaching staff. And I think Shane Steichen is a good coach. Like, he's gotten the most out of like a completely, impossible quarterback situation over the past few years because they've had a different starter every year. And then let's not sleep on the fact that, rest his country singing soul. Jim Irsay is not meddling anymore. I mean, Jim Irsay was a big-time meddling NFL owner, and so I think that there's a little stability with Indianapolis. Jonathan Taylor looks incredible. He should be the massive favorite to be the Offensive Player of the Year. You see him catch the ball in the backfield from Indiana Jones, and he's like, looks so spry, so explosive, and he's not like, he doesn't look bulky. They got the weapons in the passing game, and yeah, like, I think they're legit. The problem is, the Chiefs, like the Chiefs feel pretty inevitable in the AFC. Obviously if I were picking a team at 11-1 or in that range, the 10 to 15-1, I would take the Rams, but that's just me. Rams Chiefs feels like the Super Bowl matchup I see happening.
You have been talking about the Rams for months on the show.
Not really years, Sam. Yes, years, but yes.
You've been talking about the Rams for years. So Joe saw a tweet yesterday. He got very upset because there's a writer that did his power rankings, and he has the Bucs 1, the Colts 2. He basically did the top 10, and he does not have the Chiefs in the top 10. But guess who he does have on line 10? The Chicago Bears. Joe was very triggered yesterday.
Who was who? I mean, name names. Who was this? I know it wasn't Pete Prisco. This come out today, I think.
Bucky Brooks.
I like Bucky. He's a UNC guy, but I don't know. Yeah, I like Bucky.
But this didn't make
That's
any
weird.
sense.
Yeah, so Prisco had the Chiefs below the – he's going to have the Chiefs below the Colts, I think, which is like, okay, I kind of get it. You're sort of capturing the moment of time. But, like, the Chiefs should be in the top 3. Like, I mean, the Chiefs have this pedigree that they've established over the past, 5 to 10 years with the coach, now with the quarterback with Mahomes. It's crazy to think we're coming up on like close to year 10 on Mahomes, right? They got Rashee Rice back. The defense looks really good. The Chiefs are just the best team in football right now, and like understandably scary. I don't care if they lost to the Jaguars 2 weeks ago. It was kind of a fluky game. The Rashee Rice thing looks real to me in terms of elevating that offense. So yeah, I mean, I think the Chiefs are. I think the Bears are interesting. I think Ben Johnson's done a good job coming out of the bye. They obviously played really hard on defense. The defense looks much better the last 2 weeks. So I don't mind having the Bears up there, but you can't have the Bears above the Chiefs. That's just sacrilegious.
You also can't have the Chiefs outside of the top 10. Like, that's just ridiculous.
Can't get the Chiefs outside the top 5. Like, what are we doing?
That's rage bait. It's rage bait is what it is.
Yeah. I mean, like, if you're If you're naming your top 5, it's right. It's the Chiefs. I think I put the Lions in there pretty easily. Colts, I think, have to be in the top 5. I think the Rams have to be in the top 5 based on like the full season. And then you can have the discussion about what do we think about the Bills coming out of the bye? Can they fix that defense? Because the Panthers are, I mean, even without Bryce Young and maybe Andy Dalton's had a huge downgrade, the Panthers are kind of a bad matchup for the Bills because the Panthers run the ball really well and stop the run really well, especially since Derek Brown came back over the last 3 weeks. If the Bills struggle with the Panthers, especially against like stopping Chuba Hubbard and Rico Dowdle, I've got major issues with the Bills. And then the other team would be the Eagles. Is what we saw in week 7 what we're going to see the rest of the year? If it is, the Eagles should probably be the favorites to win the NFC because if they are going to be explosive down the field with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, it's going to open up Saquon Barkley running the ball a lot more. If not, I would take the Lions.
What about another NFC team that we saw late last night? If you stayed up, I know you're on the East Coast.
I did.
So
I did.
Wait,
yeah.
Okay. Tell us about Seattle. Are you a believer?
Oh yeah, Seattle should probably be Seattle. So like, I think that like Seattle's right there. I mean, Darnold looks really good. Clint Kubiak, great job by Mike Macdonald to recognize that he needed to change schemes. Brings in Clint Kubiak. We saw Kubiak, last year at the start of last season, the Saints looked awesome on offense. And Darnold's just so good in this sort of play action type of stuff that, he explosive down the field. Jackson Smith and Jigba is a top 3 receiver. I mean, dude is unbelievable. And remember coming out, I mean, they mentioned this a bunch on the broadcast last night, but, Chris Fowler was talking about it because he called the game when JSN went nuts in college. But every receiver to a man in that receiver room, which is like the all-time loaded receiver room at Ohio State, said that JSN was the best receiver in that room, and he's proving them true. They have some talent at tight end. The two-headed monster at running back seems to be working, and that defense, we saw it when Mike McDonald was with the Ravens. Like they send guys from everywhere at you, and they have bullies at every level of that defense. Devin Witherspoon didn't even play last night. Shout out to my guy Drake Thomas. Love Drake Thomas, undrafted free agent out of NC State, and he was flying all over the place last night. So, like, if they added like a UDFA to that linebacker group who can play, and I saw him play a bunch in college. He's a really good player. That's a dangerous group. I don't know that you win the Super Bowl with Sam Darnold, but I mean, the NFC, the Lions are really, really good. They're only going to get healthier. The Packers are sort of like, I don't know what the Packers are. The Eagles maybe answered some questions last week. And so, the Rams are awesome. And then Seattle's right there. I think the NFC, you can get to the Super Bowl with Sam Darnold. I don't know if you can beat Patrick Mahomes.
How impressed have you been with Drake May?
Blown away. Shout out to all the donkeys who had the Patriots making the playoffs. You look smart laying the minus 125 or whatever it was. Vrabel's a great coach. I mean, it's true. Like, it was a ridiculous number. And, the issue for me was the stuff coming out of training camp. Like, Drake May isn't acclimating to Josh McDaniels' system the way they wanted. Well, he has now. And Josh McDaniels, say whatever you want about his head coaching jobs in Denver and Las Vegas, total disasters, both of them, between the drafting and the trades and general coaching. But the guy knows how to take a generationally talented quarterback in New England and turn him into a great player. I think, it's going to be tough to beat Mahomes out. I think that plus 150 is probably fair if the wide receivers are healthy the rest of the way. The narrative is going to build for Mahomes to probably win that award. But May at 10 and Stafford at 12, I think they've got chances to do it, but you're going to have to win the division, which is really the hard part for Drake May. But he's been awesome. I mean, he throws the ball down the field. It's amazing what good coaching can do, because you see how May couldn't close and win the big one in college. Then he gets to the pros, and you have big questions about him in his first year with bad coaching. And now all of a sudden you bring in Mike Vrabel and Josh McDaniels, and the guy's an MVP candidate.
With Will Brinson here on BetSweat, if you had to vote today for the coach of the year, you go in Steichen or Vrabel, a couple teams that we talked about, or you're going somewhere else. Sam brought up the idea of Shanahan with all of these injuries, and I don't think it's that crazy.
No, it's not at all. Now, I don't know if you can toss the odds on the screen. I think that Steichen is a pretty heavy favorite, and deservedly so. Yeah. Like you got Daniel Jones. You were probably the third favorite in your division to win the AFC South, which is not like a murderer's row. I think Steichen should be the favorite, but man, Kyle Shanahan is like he's like who's the lady who was the famous nurse from like the old wars? Yeah, that sounds good. I was gonna say Betsy Ross, but I think she sewed a flag. He's operating this team with a freaking tourniquet. And if we're gonna give Shane Steichen all this credit for what he's doing with Daniel Jones, and he deserves all the credit. Like Kyle's doing it with Mac Jones. And he's doing it. Yeah, he's got Christian McCaffrey, but like Christian McCaffrey, Jonathan Taylor, that's probably a wash. I think the Assistant Coach of the Year award right now, because I think there is one now, should go to Robert Saleh. I mean, this is like you lose Fred Warner, you lose Nick Bosa, no problem. We'll just shut down the Falcons on Sunday Night Football. I mean, the 49ers are not going away. They're going to get Brandon Ayuk back at some point. You'd like to think Juwan. I mean, like Kendrick Bourne is it's great. It's wild. It speaks to the Kyle Shanahan system. I think if they won that division, you have a case. But I mean, I have no problem with Steichen winning it. Vrabel definitely deserves some love too. But like to me, the Coach of the Year. I know the betting stuff is like you go above your win total, and that's how we can sort of figure out who it is. But to me, it's like, how bad of a hand have you been dealt, and what did you do with that disastrous hand? And I think Kyle Shanahan, really exemplifies that even more so than Shane Steichen, who, again, deserving candidate.
Great poll by Paul Aspen, producer of the show. Clara Barton, teacher, humanitarian,
Clara Barton, thank you.
American Red Cross in 1881. She earned the nickname Angel of the Battlefield in the Civil War.
Yeah, that's Kyle Shanahan is Clara Barton right now, and good pull by Paul. Hopefully he Googled old lady helping dudes in war.
He didn't Google anything. No, he said it live.
Good job. I knew Clara Barton, and I just completely froze. I almost said Betty Ford, that's not what we want, right? I mean,
Kyle Shanahan is Clara Barton. That's outstanding. All right, let's turn the page. We've been looking back. Let's look ahead. Anything you love in week number 8?
Week 8 is tough. We got 6 teams on bye. The lines, I think, at first blush, look very difficult. I wrote a Bet It Now piece for CBSSports.com that is up this morning. I was ahead. I had the Bills Panthers under. I think that's a pretty good look. It's still at 45.5. Oh, no, it's 45.5. Juice a little bit to the over is what I'm seeing. Correct me if you see something else, but like it was 46.5. That's too high. Josh Allen can if the Bills get up big, I would be a little and it's like 21-10 late. I would probably look at maybe a live over to hedge that if you take the under, but. Like both these teams want to run the football a ton, and Carolina has to shorten this game to beat Josh Allen and Buffalo. Buffalo can't stop the run. Carolina good at running. They should be able to shorten that game, I think. The over, I gave this one out. Yeah, I gave it out at 40. This is stupid. Why was the Cowboys Broncos over under not lined at 50 initially? Like I still think 50.5 is a lot of points. I like it. Like the Broncos defense is good. And Patrick Surtain can limit what CeeDee Lamb does. But they have too many weapons between Jake Ferguson, George Pickens, Ryan Flaherty. They're going to be able to move the ball. Javonte Williams running the ball really well. They're going to be able to score. Dak Prescott's playing MVP caliber football right now. They're going to be able to score. And I think Denver, you saw it late against the Giants. Denver is willing to sort of get into one of those, it's like those games where Denver wants to play a certain way, but Dallas is going to draw them into a shootout. I think that's what's going to happen. And Bo Nix really impressive in the fourth quarter. Down 19-0 and just making it happen and finding a way to win. So that total to me, I like. And then this is probably stupid, but I said Pittsburgh plus 3.5. I mean, come on. Like really, the Packers don't close anybody out. It's Aaron Rodgers playing his old team for the first time, maybe the only time ever. And he's getting a field goal and a hook at home on Sunday Night Football. Like, you think that dude's going to lose by more than 3 against his old team? No. I mean, I think the Steelers win that game.
After Pittsburgh loses last Thursday,
it's
as big favorites in the division. It's like just Tomlin, right? You just look at that game that's a Tomlin spot. Take him as a dog.
Well, unless exactly. Tomlin home dog, 10 days rest. Josh Jacobs is banged up. I mean, he almost didn't play in week 7, so he's going to be questionable coming in. They were rotating Emmanuel Wilson in early in that game, and the Packers, for all of the talent that they have on both sides of the ball, and they're impressive and they win games, they just don't close anybody out. I mean, give me 3.5 or 3 all day with the Steelers.
Will Brinson, CBSSports.com. Check out his work over there. Thank you, Will. A Survivor first look. What?
Clara Martin, baby.
There you go.
No,
I didn't see the picture. Oh, my God. Thank you, Will. Talk next week.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
formation. Dart. Is he going to take off again? He might have to, but no, he finds an open man and hits him. Robinson stays in bounds. Robinson's going to go all the way for a touchdown.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network, Tuesday mornings, recapping what just happened in the NFL, but we also want to look ahead. So we're going to take a Survivor first look at week number 8 in the National Football League. If you were in Survivor going into week 7, the likelihood is that you are still alive because it was a very, very chalky week. That was something that we discussed, Sam. Really, you just have to go back to Thursday. That was the game that got a bunch of people. Now, it was close with the Broncos and Packers knocking a handful of people out, but both of those teams come back and they survived there. So pretty much most people got through. Over in Circa, there were 200 eliminations. Almost all of them were on the Pittsburgh Steelers. They still have over 4,200 left there. In my high stakes pool over at Splash Sports, there are 66 left. In my larger pool, there are 398. And Paul has mentioned this because it was our first of 2 double pick weeks. And just happens to be a week where almost everybody got through. Paul survived with the Broncos. I ended up doing Chiefs because I wanted a safe one. And then I got a little bit dicey with the Browns, or so I thought. That ended up being pretty easy. Chiefs, Bears, Patriots, Broncos, your top 4 picks, all safe. 34 had the Steelers. And then Packers, Browns, Seahawks, Lions, Niners were the next most popular teams. It's like, as long as you didn't take the Steelers, as long as you stayed away from Thursday, Sam, you were good in Survivor.
I know who you're not taking this week because you've talked about it. I don't want to spoil it because we should have a conversation about it. You're not taking New England against Cleveland. I know that.
Here's the thing. You would think looking at week 8, 6 teams on bye, you've taken 7 teams already, times are going to be tough. Nope. That's not how I view it, Sam. We have 8 teams this week that are favored by at least 6.5 points. 8. One is a 2-touchdown favorite, a 10 to 10.5 point favorite, and everybody else in that 6.5 to 7.5 range. So there are a lot of options this week. Be careful. Probably 1 or 2 go down. I don't see it being a repeat of week number 7. But what you were hinting at, I have number 6 on the list as far as if you go in order of the highest money lines. But they will be taken because people are buying on Drake May. This is not a spot where I want to take New England -7 versus Cleveland. Is that the one you were thinking of?
Yeah, I don't think you're taking New England. That's what I was getting at. I don't know that you want to face that defense with this quarterback. I figured that was the case. There are some easy ones, though. I mean, Colts, 14-point favorite. Don't think they lose, but some people don't want to do divisional games. Okay, fine. So let's move on. Oh, there's the Chiefs, Monday night, 10.5 point favorite, 11-point favorite. Probably not going to lose at home to Marcus Mariota. Don't think that's going to happen. If you don't want to do that one, Cincinnati, Flacco, Chase, Higgins against the Jets, who have not won a game yet. You've got a ton of options this week. That said, given all the favorites won last Sunday but one, and both favorites won Monday night, don't we know how this works in the NFL? We get upsets the next week.
Yeah, the primetime ones might be a little scary, but the dogs have been covering in the primetimes. They've been winning outright a lot this year in the primetime games. Okay, so the ones you mentioned I like as well, but we are at a point in the season where maybe a lot of people have used Kansas City. Maybe they've used Indianapolis, and those are not options. I agree with both of those, of course. You mentioned Cincinnati against the Jets. Yeah, I'm good with that. How are the Jets going to keep up? Sam, they have not scored a touchdown in back-to-back weeks. I don't care if you believe in Flacco or not. I'm not saying he's going to repeat that performance, but he's going to do enough offensively where the Jets won't be able to keep up. They have no shot. They bench Fields during the game. I guess you're going with Tyrod moving forward. Whatever, it doesn't matter. They sit 0-7. They're probably going to be 0-8 after this game. Not a lot of spots to use Cincinnati. Almost no future value. I'm looking ahead. They get the Bears in week 9. Okay, when else are they going to be favored? I don't know. There are no spots.
Never. Never.
Maybe not. Maybe not. There's Pittsburgh, New England, at Baltimore, at Buffalo, Baltimore again, at Miami. That should be a winner late in the year.
Burrow, I would think, if he comes back, there's a lot of discussion about that. If he's cleared, will they bring him back? I mean, if your season's over, why would you bring him back? But if they're still alive and they clear him, you'll be favored week 17, week 18. You're home against Arizona, home against Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm not doing New England. We mentioned the 3 that we would do. Here's one that might be under-owned because there are so many options that I think is good. Atlanta at home after a bad road loss against the dumpster fire that is the Miami Dolphins. That should be good.
I wouldn't bet Miami money line with your money, so I understand it. No. I thought you were going to say Baltimore, but Atlanta's in that same school of you're kind of buying low on a team, although Chicago's clearly much better than Miami. We all understand that.
So with Baltimore, if you have them available, I would just rather use them after I see Lamar. Let's give them not the first week back. Let's wait a little bit, and we're going to have options down the road if you still have them, like the Jets. They get them. They go to Cleveland later in the year. Oh, look, next week they go to Miami, Sam. Like, there's another good spot. I'd rather Lamar get out there, return from the injury, and then I would take him. So I'd probably actually stay away. Even though I like Baltimore in the game, and then at that number, I would stay away in Survivor with Baltimore, with New England. Look, Buffalo against Andy Dalton. Yeah, they're going to win. I'm not sure I'm going to take them because of the other options that we have. And there's one more that we have not discussed with the large point spread. Would you use the Eagles against the Giants? Eagles at home. We just saw this game. Revenge on the Eagles' minds after the Giants upset them on the previous Thursday.
The Giants are not winning this game.
I would agree.
Not happening.
I'd agree.
Not twice in 3 weeks. Not happening.
Mm-hmm. So first look, we just gave you 6 options. We'll narrow it once we get to Thursday, but I think there are 6 solid options, and I don't care who you are, one of them is going to be available for you. Don't love New England, don't love Baltimore, Indy, KC, Buffalo, Atlanta, Philly, Cincinnati. I think they're going to be good, which means one of them is going to upset a lot of people. But here's the thing. There's probably no chalk. Like, Indy will be used the most, of course, if you haven't used them yet. But there's probably not going to be any one team where it's, oh, my God, 30, 40%, because there are so many different options this week. So from that perspective, it is kind of interesting. Who do you want to use here? Who do you want to use that you're not going to be able to use moving forward? So make sure that you're looking at the future value, and we'll narrow the list a little bit once we get to Thursday on the show. As far as, it's Tuesday, people that are into fantasy, Evans covers it like crazy at night. We were talking to Gertch off air about the waiver wire. I don't know if you've taken a look because you're working that wire, dude. You've got everybody injured on your team. And I was like, is it kind of a boring week? He's like, yeah, it's a lot of retreads for the most part. So it doesn't seem like maybe you want to lose your priority spot this week. But a lot of the injuries that we saw this past week, it comes down to the quarterbacks. And I don't think anybody's running to go get Mariota to play against the Kansas City defense or Andy Dalton to play against the Bills coming off a bye.
I won by a point this week. And I was telling the squad during one of the breaks, I'm very proud of this. I know people don't care about our fantasy teams, and that's fine. But I only started 2 people that were in my opening day lineup. Like, that's how much I've grinded this year. I traded for DeAndre Swift. I got Jared Goff off the scrap heap because Burrow got hurt. I started Jordan Addison, who I drafted and kind of stashed away. Michael Mayer, I had to scoop him up He had 1 catch for 10 yards. The receiver in Tennessee, Io Manor, and then the Colts defense I picked up. Like, all my guys are hurt. McLaurin, Ridley, Njoku, Burrow. I cut another running back. Tracy was hurt. Benson, IR. My team is littered with injuries. And I still scored 116 points in a 12-player league. I don't know how.
Just getting by. Do you have guys that are going to be coming back? If you're able
McLaurin,
to hang around. Okay.
McLaurin should come back. Njoku should come back. Ridley should come back. I think Burrow eventually comes back, but Goff has been just fine. McCaffrey got me 40 points. 40. 39.1. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You do get a lot of buys this week. So I mentioned that with the Survivor conversation that we've got 6 teams on bye. You would think it would be kind of challenging, but maybe not. Maybe not. Just looking at some of the waiver wire lists that people are throwing out there. Flacco's interesting. If you think that he's just going to keep chucking it all day to those very talented receivers, if you're looking for a QB to fill a bye spot, maybe that guy's an option. As far as some of the other names, like Monangai, I know the Bears, he's getting a lot of love. Swift was the main guy, but he got a lot of usage, man. Ben Johnson is doing what he did in Detroit, and I don't know why people are surprised by that. Maybe because the Bears historically haven't had a good offensive line, or you look at the talent in the backfield, didn't seem like they had a lot, but it's not just Swift. He always uses multiple backs. So I don't think that would be an awful pickup if you were looking for a running back to fill a spot.
I need a tight end because I don't know what's up with Njoku. It looks like the top 2 tight ends on waivers are Arande Gadsden. And Jawan Johnson for the Saints. One of those 2 I should pick up, huh?
Well, then you got to play him Thursday if you go Gadsden.
I'm not playing Michael Mayer again. I'm good on that. I lived that nightmare already.
I don't mind that. Like, he had to throw all day because they were trailing, but Herbert was targeting him a ton. So he had 7 catches, 164 yards, and a touchdown. The key for me, 9 targets. Yes, you have all those weapons, Keenan Allen, Ladd McConkey, and Johnston was out. So if Johnston's out again, I think Gadsden would be a good look. You have upside. Young guy, terrific quarterback, not always pass heavy, but if they're trailing in a game, he certainly will be. If to fill an injury or a bye spot, I'd feel better about Gadsden than getting any piece of that hideous Raiders offense.
I'm dropping Mayer. See ya. Hit the bricks. Goodbye. Done. Well, the claim has been submitted. Yeah. Mayer out. Gadsden in. Let's go.
Gertz says he's going to be the number 1 target. Really? You're talking waiver wire. You're not talking Chargers. I assume he's talking waiver wire.
In the waiver wire, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good pick. Did you see anything on Kincaid this week? Because these teams going by, you don't really know. I hope he's ready to come back.
According to this Buffalo blog, that says they need him. Okay, Sports Illustrated one day ago, Dalton Kincaid closer to playing week 8.
Yeah. That offense did not look great without him. Last time we saw him against the Atlanta Falcons. You're right. I think that's a good point on Atlanta. They are just that hot and cold team. If they have a great week, stay off or fade them. If they're coming off a bad loss or coming back home in a spot against a very soft opponent, that would be the week that you want to jump on them, right? Tua, dude, this guy was beyond awful. That guy was talking all that mess about we got to do this, we got to do that, and there's people showing up late to meetings. And then he goes out there and he throws 3 interceptions and he fumbled it 3 times. He didn't lose any of them, but he was kind of close to having 6 turnovers himself in that game. What a mess.
Which contract is worse, the Tua contract for $212 million or the Trevor Lawrence for $275 million?
Probably Trevor Lawrence. just because more money. If you fire the coach, are both of those quarterbacks going to be gone from their current team next year?
I think Jacksonville should move on, or at least try.
I do too. You know that's not his guy.
No. Mm-mm.
You know it's not. Let him have his guy. He's proven enough, okay? He's your coach. Let him get his pick of a quarterback. Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats. All right, coming up next, we've got our lightning bets. What does the room have in store for our first night of NBA action? We'll find out on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
NBA's here tonight. Were you aware? People are betting it. Only have a couple of games. Full card on Wednesday night. That's how the NBA usually rolls. You got your Monday, your Wednesday, and your Friday where you get a ton of games, but just a couple tonight. Sam, they're going to be on NBC. They've got the Showtime pregame show scheduled. I was surprised to see that they are clearing the decks over at NBC to show their commitment to bringing back the NBA. So, sorry, you can't watch Chicago PD, Chicago Fire, Chicago Med for your 3 hours tonight.
Damn. Before we hear the room, I'm going to tell you right now, I like the Rockets tonight, +7. Now, if the room comes Rockets, abort mission. But I'm thinking about taking the points with Houston tonight.
Speaking of that, Harry tweets us, a regular listener and viewer to the show. If I remember correctly, didn't the room start with basketball? Talking about the playoffs in the spring. I think he's right. I think that's when we started paying attention. Because the room was epically bad. Kind of like they are this year with college football.
I don't remember. I just remember saying something like, "Where's the room at?" And you thought it was funny. So then we just started tracking it. Because we were looking at, it may have been like the zigzag theory in the playoffs. Because I know for a fact we started doing the room, or we had done the room at the beginning of last basketball season. So maybe, Paul, do you remember when we started doing the room officially?
I don't think we called it the room until this summer heading into football season. But like the idea
remember
of the room was last NBA season.
Sam was talking about some of the ideas that would be thrown around in the TV meetings for your sports betting show. And it's like a lot of it is doing the same stuff, just dressing it up in a different way. And you're like, oh, and where's the room? Where's this? Where's that? And I just thought, where's the room was very funny to me. So I think it was thrown out there before somewhere. But,
no, it was a sense of we were sitting in a conference room and everybody liked the same bet. It was a Celtics game or something. Oh, I like the Celtics tonight. And I'm like, the room, like the whole room is on the Celtics. I think that was how it started in my brain. I don't remember when we hard launched it though. I'm glad we did, but I don't remember.
I think playoff sounds right, especially when we got player props. But yes, we do remember we took note of it. I've taken note that in the beginning of every season, it's terrible. That's the takeaway for me. I'm not saying that in the middle of the year, once you have more intel on these teams, it's the time. But people are betting when they know nothing about the players, about the league. They stunk in the beginning of the NFL season. Epically bad in college football, 0-5 ATS this weekend, and last year in the NBA. Like, it was a ridiculous run. The most popular bet every single night lost. So that's what I've certainly noticed. But let's find out. Night number 1 of this NBA season. Where's the room?
Where's the room?
Paul Aspen here. What you got?
All right, we got props and we got sides and totals. So with just 2 games, these are the most popular. This is from our guy John Ewing over at BetMGM. Popular NBA opening night bets. This is from money as opposed to the tickets at BetMGM. So number 6, Lakers Warriors over 225.5. Lakers plus 125 on the money line. Rockets, I'm laughing because of what's coming. Rockets Thunder over 227.5. Rockets money line plus 225. Warriors minus 2.5. And the most popular bet for NBA opening night at BetMGM, Rockets plus 6.5.
Nope, I'm good.
Sorry,
I'm good,
Sam.
But you said that's money, not tickets, right? So that's a little different.
It is a little different. That's why I thought it was worth giving out, but that's the only info we have at this moment. It was more so props that we got that we can go through. But I know this started when we first started doing NBA. Props. It was like the most popular side was the loser.
But as far as tickets, there's nothing that's nothing is at 60% or higher. So nothing's really popular tonight. It's all over the place.
So maybe the props or maybe we can find something here instead on the props. So we will go with the Lakers Warriors first. All right. 5th most bet prop at BetMGM for Lakers Warriors tonight. Luka over 8.5 assists. Number 4, Jimmy Butler to score the first field goal at plus 750. They're always good for a first field goal bet.
Here we go. NBA season's back.
Yeah. Buddy Hield under 2.5 3-pointers.
Let's go.
Buddy Alts. Let me get the juice for you guys on these two. Oh, yeah, that's minus 150, by the way. Buddy Hield to go under 2.5 3-pointers.
He's going to wrap 4 threes in their eyeball.
Right?
Can't wait. Okay.
Al Horford under 14.5 points, rebounds, and assists is the 2nd most bet prop at BetMGM. That number is actually currently at BetMGM at 13.5. And the most bet prop for Lakers Warriors is Austin Reeves over 5.5 assists.
I thought
minus
Al Horford
105.
retired. Not gonna lie.
Yep, that's your
I
guy.
did not know he was still in the league.
Any of those stand out to anybody as the one that you might want to?
The Buddy Hield.
Buddy Hield.
The under 2.5 threes at minus 150 is the fade for sure.
And he averaged making 2.5 threes per game last season. And so what's the number? 2.5. But it's way juiced to the under. Okay. I don't quite agree with that one. 5.8 assists for whatever it's worth last year for Reeves. But yeah, of course, a Laker is the most popular bet there.
Buddy over 2.5 is plus 110 for what it's worth. 4 plus threes is plus 280. We move on to the Thunder and Rockets player props. 5th most bet prop at BetMGM for this game. Casey Wallace over 2.5 rebounds. Kevin Durant over 23.5 points. That is at minus 125. By the way, the number on Wallace over 2.5 is minus 130. So anytime you can lay that, you probably should on a rebound prop. SGA under 6.5 assists. SGA, this is their first field goal, plus 575. And I think we might have a Dort and Hield night. Dort under 2.5 3-pointers is the most bet prop for Thunder Rockets. And the under on that is minus 165.
Ah, yes.
Makes a lot of sense. So he averaged last year about 6 attempts per game. Why? Why is Dort the guy? It's scary because they're so deep. They have so many guys that they can run through. Like Dort doesn't even. He plays a little under 30 minutes per game. Man, but I kind of thought the same thing. Okay, so they picked one particular player in each game to go under 2.5 made threes, and they're laying a big price on it. Like, those might not be the worst plays in the world if you're just looking to fade the room early in the season, which is the time to do it.
So think about Hield, too. Back to the first game, Moses Moody is out. He's not going to play, so you would think that Buddy Hield would either start or get starter minutes tonight. That's my.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lightning bet it, but I will be looking at Buddy Hield. I like when Paul goes ladders. Like, of course. NBA night 1. Let me climb that ladder. Night 1.
Yep.
By the way,
the star play SGA, Luka, like, I get it, and I'm not really interested in fading those guys right now.
Yeah, just to go over 2.5 for Dort is plus 125. To go over 2.5 3-pointers. So if you want to fade the room,
yep.
Hield's making none or he's making 5. I think it's very hit or miss with Buddy Hield. He's either on fire or he's not playing. So
yep.
Makes 5 is plus 650, by the way.
Oh, that's it? Good.
Okay.
Unreal. I think it's the same thing
NBA.
for Dort. Like, he's the same way. He'll go over or he'll hit 6 or 7. Like that has certainly happened. All right, Sam, where are you going for lightning bets today?
I'm going to take the Rockets +7. Multiple 7s in the market. Durant against his old squad, but I think the Rockets are a lot better than people think. So I'm going to take the 7, go against the champs on ring night, banner night. Give me the points.
Okay. Yeah, that's historically that's usually a pretty strong angle to go there. I was disappointed to see the Super Bowl matchups that the favorite is KC Detroit, because I expected that to be the case, but I was hoping you could find some value, and you can't right now. BetMGM already has the finalists listed. And Sam, I kept looking at KC Seattle. 40 to make it. KC to beat Seattle is 75.
Ooh. That might be the last. That might be the last bet to make on Seattle. That's the one.
This is the only. Now we've resorted to this. KC to beat Seattle 75-1.
Darnold to the Super Bowl and then lose to the Chiefs.
Yeah. Well, they're not beating the Chiefs, right?
Right. Because I was going to ask what's Seattle to beat KC, but it's not going to happen.
Oh, I didn't even look.
Do them both.
I didn't bother looking.
Do them both. Do the old 80-20 split. 80% on the Chiefs win, 20% on the Seattle win. That's the Dave Sharpen special. He would always split.
Right. We got to do something there. So yeah, I'll look up what that number is, and I'll get back to you in a moment. Paul, what do you have tonight?
Don't have much for tonight. So Jake, if you get anything.
Okay.
I mean, the Buddy Hield over 4.5. It's out of principle. They have to do it.
4.5.
Ladders.
I don't mind it at all.
Ladders to the moon.
All right, Power Ranking Wednesday tomorrow. Lots to cover. Should be a lot of fun. Joe O, Sammy P. We are here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. BetMGMNetwork.com. Subscribe to the BetMGM Network YouTube page. This is the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker back.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football, and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make